hey, we fucked.
Right.
And that means nothing to you? You're going to throw it all out because you're afraid of what your dad thinks or whatever? You know what? Fuck you.
Thank you for being here, and I'm so happy that you've come to join me.
Good morning.
Good morning. We've talked the whole night through.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Nobody. Let's do it. 25 policemen all in a row. Can't stop the party, people go, go, go. If you can't beat them, join them, baby, say so. Start a time, everybody, come on, let's go. Fly with me. 200 balloons.
There are very strong parallels, obviously, between when you care about your work so much, and your work and your life are one and the same. That they're very difficult to separate. There's no separation for me. I don't have any hobbies besides doing this. This is what I do. This is my life.
There is a huge tradition in art of all kinds of moral instruction, but most of the best art is much more ambiguous than that. It suggests several things at once, and a lot of art is questioning rather than instructing.
200.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Directors Club podcast, episode 200. When me and Jim started this podcast in 2011, we would have preceded an episode by ordering Papa John's and perhaps drinking a beer or three and then just yelling at each other because we don't agree on things. It is now 2022. We preceded this episode by eating a salad. We are drinking nothing but water. And we're about to watch two movies that we disagree on, and we've sort of made the commitment that we're not going to yell at each other about them.
What?
No. This is the 200th episode of Directors Club Podcast. It is the 300th episode, if you include bonus episodes. So either way, big anniversary. It's been over 10 years. Can't believe we're still here, still doing this. Can't believe you're still listening, to be quite honest. How are you feeling about everything, Jim?
I'm kind of overwhelmed in a good way.
Yeah.
It's surreal. Part of me every year does have that existential crisis of like, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
But I'm still grateful that people are subscribing and listening, and there's certainly been some nice iTunes reviews recently. Very grateful for this listening audience, and grateful for your friendship all these years too, because like most people know, our origin began when I set up a house show where I actually made pierogies and baked cookies and wanted to really, welcome so many wonderful creative talents to the House of Gray Noise, as it was called.
Said these cookies aren't vegan.
Oh man, well this wasn't the Southwest Folk Fest, but
okay.
Still it was interesting. It was an interesting experience being able to do that for a while, and then of course you show up like a force of nature and just started talking about movies with me.
That's true. I was very manic at the time.
Yeah. And now you're very chill. You're very relaxed. You don't necessarily get mad at me when I like a movie like Sofia Coppola's Somewhere.
Yeah.
So we're really doing well growing up all these years, I think.
Probably.
Yeah.
Something. Or we're just I don't care anymore. I'm just like so dejected that this has defeated me rather than mature me. Either way, we have two movies that we're going to record commentary tracks for.
Yeah, and folks don't even know what they are until the episode is released, which is wild.
That's going to be fun. But you know what it is because you saw the episode title. We're going to be covering Crash from 1996, the transgressive David Cronenberg, not erotic thriller, but probably sex interrogation would be a more fitting term. And we're going to cover what year did...
To 2017?
The 2017 Paul Thomas Anderson film Phantom Thread, the psychosexual sort of gamesmanship and Paul Thomas Anderson sort of dominating us with his photography.
Yeah.
And camera work. The audience, in fact, are the ultimate bottoms.
Yeah, well, very much so.
These are movies that we disagree very strongly on.
I'm warming up to it the more I watch it.
Yeah, for sure. And, I am a big fan of Crash. You are a big fan of Phantom Thread. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Phantom Thread in your top 100?
I believe
films?
so.
You did that episode with Bill recently, but I couldn't quite remember. So you might like Phantom Thread more than I even like Crash, but we're both very enthusiastic about the movies. And the genesis of this episode was us trying to be like, what are two movies that we really strongly disagree on that would be fun to hash out while watching them? And it just so happened that we both picked two, like, these kind of psychosexual examinations of power dynamics and people's struggles to maintain sort of equilibrium and sexual fulfillment within relationships. They ended up being like very different movies, but also very similar movies.
Yeah. It's a very interesting pairing.
Yeah, it's a good double feature, honestly.
Yeah, and things that I'm interested in. It's certainly unconventional relationships I'm really drawn to in cinema.
Yeah. And I don't know. I know, obviously, Crash is a very divisive movie. Is Phantom Thread in Paul Thomas Anderson's filmography divisive?
I feel like most people I know love it. There are a couple.
What do you think the most divisive Paul Thomas Anderson film is? Because he pretty unanimously sort of beloved by the cinephilic world.
Honestly, the one I love the most, Inherent Vice, seems to be...
That's right. I forgot. Yeah. That one's
loathed by a lot of people.
Yeah. A lot of people
who maybe, in my opinion, probably have only watched it once. They might just go, I don't feel the need to revisit that because it just didn't click with me.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing a double feature. We're going to start with David Cronenberg's Crash, and we're going to follow it up with Phantom Thread. Buckle your seatbelts. We're in for a long podcast as we tackle these two movies.
Well, you mentioned Bill Ackerman really quickly.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So I wanted to say...
and I did want to say thank you to Bill Ackerman. I hated Crash the first time I saw it. He did a bonus episode where he challenged me to revisit all of these films that I didn't like. And while I still am not on board for the unemotive robotic performances in Hal Hartley's films, I am now on board for the unemotive robotic performances in David Cronenberg's Crash. And that was because he made me give it a second look.
That's a good point. I should have listened to that conversation because I'd forgotten about it. But that was a great episode. He's one of our favorite previous guests and friends and a host of the Supporting Characters podcast, which I'm so grateful that that's returned as well. But the big news in terms of Directors Club is that he's agreed to come on to host his own episodes. Every other month, starting in June, Bill Ackerman will choose a director, possibly a little bit more obscure. We'll see. There's certain. It's all up to him. I'm not going to demand you can't do that or you can't do this. It's all he's going to bring forth a lot of the supporting characters, crew, and people that he's interviewed in the past to guest on those episodes. And, this show is where he kind of got his start as a great podcaster in his own right, because he did the Nicholas Rogue episode. And since then, it's been a loving, wonderful, nurturing podcasting relationship. And of course, his show is Supporting Characters on the Now Playing Network that I hope everybody subscribe to because every episode's amazing. But of course, he's also a very busy guy. He does a lot outside of podcasting. So if he gets overwhelmed or too busy, he could also take a breather. And I just, kind of wanted... The goal is to maybe just do 6 episodes a year on my end, 6 episodes for him on his end. Of course, there's going to be plenty of bonus episodes. And in fact, in May, I'm not going to do a director. I'm having Keith Gordon come back to talk about underrated films of the 60s, because that's become a yearly tradition. And it's always a joy. And I always discover new films due to his recommendations. And he's a fantastic guest who, I'm not going to spoil anything, but he might actually come out to Chicago within the year. That's all I will say for now. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But, that's pretty much the major news there. Yeah. For all you subscribers, be excited because I know a lot of people that listen to the show are fans of Bill.
Yeah, for sure. Those are going to be great episodes. I'm excited to continue to not listen to this podcast because I struggle listening to film conversations that I can't be a part of.
I think he's going to do the director of Cafe Flesh soon.
Oh yeah, Steven Cyan. I'm mispronouncing it.
You might like that one.
Yeah, maybe. I do like Cafe Flesh. Yeah, speaking of Cafe Flesh,
is that the alternate title for Crash?
That is not the alternate title for Crash, but it is a hardcore pornographic film. And while Crash is not pornographic nor hardcore, it is in fact graphically sexual. And I do want to give a little warning to people: if you haven't seen Crash, if for some reason you decide I'm just going to listen through this podcast and hear them talk about it without having seen the film, we are going to discuss, sex as a concept. We're not. I can't think of no topic less interesting than the sex lives of film podcasters. So we're not going to talk about our sex, but we are going to talk about sex broadly. So if you are sex repulsed or something and you don't want to hear, anatomical terms and, about anal sex and semen and all that stuff, you probably should skip ahead to the timestamp for the Phantom Thread, which will be much less detailed in that way. But
if you like food porn, there's plenty of that in Phantom Thread.
Exactly. There's a little something for everyone on this one. But before we can even talk about Crash, you got to go get your copy. So go ahead and do that now. Welcome back. All right. You have your copy of David Cronenberg's Crash from 1996. We're watching the uncut NC-17 version. I'm pretty sure every DVD release and Blu-ray release of this film includes this version or is only this version. Like the Criterion and the Arrow releases, I don't believe.
Unless you got your copy at Blockbuster.
Yeah. There might be... I think that the Blockbuster one has both options as well.
Really? Yeah. I remember seeing an alternate cover art at Blockbuster or other video stores that were just this is the R-rated version.
So I'm not exactly sure all of the differences between the two versions, but if you are trying to sync up this commentary track and you have the R-rated version, it won't sync up. But as long as you have the NC-17 version, you'll be all set. Now, what you want to do is press play. We're watching the Criterion Blu-ray. Whatever version you have, it will sync up fine because you're going to press play and you're going to wait till you get to the opening credits. The first opening credits you're going to see are for the producers Jeremy Thomas and Robert Lantos. And what you're going to want to do is wait for those words, Jeremy Thomas and Robert Lantos, to be completely off the screen after it is faded to black. And then pause right then, because then you will be synced up with our copy, which right now is paused at that same moment. So as soon as Jeremy Thomas and Robert Lantos is off screen in the opening credits of Crash, pause, you'll be synced up with our copy. Go ahead and do that now. Welcome back. All right, so now that we're all synced up, what's going to happen is I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, play. And when I say play, I'm going to hit play, you're going to hit play, and then me, you, and Jim will all be watching David Cronenberg's Crash together. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, play.
My first experience seeing this movie was in Northwest Indiana in a suburban mall theater.
Yep. That's one of the crazy things about this movie is that that's where it played.
Yep. And people walked out, several of them.
Excellent.
Yep. My friend turned to me and said, I can't stand this movie at one point. I'm like...
And you agreed with him.
Let's just see where it goes. That was my feeling, because I've never walked out. Have I walked out? Yeah, I walked out of something, and I can't remember what it was now, but... I love the score. The score is great, and we're enjoying Howard Shore's very dissonant and sort of haunting and cryptic and mysterious score right now. Now, these credits at the time, were pretty expensive, high-tech CGI credits. The sort of damage detail you might even miss if you're on a small TV on the letters that are all dented up as if they are cars that have been in accidents. For the budget that this film had, they're actually these were very, high-tech, impressive credits. Now they look very cheap and dated, which is fine. It's you watch the opening of Panic Room and you're like, why doesn't this movie open with a freshman film student's graphic design project? But the thing I really like about this movie is that it kind of smuggles a lot of really crazy subversive stuff in the skin
of an erotic thriller. You know, it's like kind of the same way that like Twin Peaks smuggles a lot of stuff in the guise of a primetime soap opera.
Yeah.
This movie was sold to audiences as an erotic thriller, and it definitely, very broadly, the structure of the film is, you know, of a married couple who a third, you know, chaotically sexual party enters their lives, and then they're sort of sent into a tailspin as they're chasing their desires. And this opening credit sequence, because it just kind of feels cheap looking, it really does make me think of just like something you would catch on Showtime at 2 a.m. So even
Red Shoe
though
Diaries.
these have dated in a very specific way, they have still dated in a way I find very effective. And of course, we
Dated Cronenberg.
are we're continuing the sort of erotic thriller play with this opening scene.
Why in an airplane hangar, though? It's supposed to be about cars.
It is well, one, they're not aroused by cars yet, but I mean, part of this is like we are definitely in a world of wealth. We're definitely in a world of like luxury. These like single passenger airplanes are, you know, Deborah Unger's character is learning how to fly, and that is a very like I am a rich person sort of hobby to have. But yeah, this setup is like she's wearing very like traditionally sexy lingerie. She is this statuesque blonde. This is the kind of thing you would see in a Red Shoe Diaries. Those, you know, sex scenes are always
and he's subverting that. I realize too. It's like even just.
But of course, her breast being pressed against the plane is like a tease of what will come later.
Mm-hmm.
But we're also getting introduced to the pace of the film. Like this is not going to be showgirls, like a lot of moaning and groaning and thrusting.
Yeah, even the sex is kind of slow.
Yeah,
just the arousal or the seduction of it.
This character she's very, you know, cold and icy, and
she doesn't make eye contact with anybody.
No, she sort of her sexuality comes in kind of presenting herself as an object of desire, and then later in both taunting her husband and interrogating her husband with her sexual exploits and his, like that head game that the two have is their sex life, basically. Also, important to note, this is a movie that it doesn't just open with 3 sex scenes in a row, which is very unusual for a film that isn't a porno. This is a movie that opens with 2 cunnilingus scenes in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Which,
that's true. That's very true.
I feel like nowadays, a lot of films are very sort of frightened of depicting sex because there is this ongoing question of like, was this ethically filmed? What was the situation like on set? Like a lot of viewers are now more uncomfortable with seeing sex on screen than they used to be because those things are in their minds. They're looking at it more as a documentary. And one of the ways that a lot of movies get around that is like every time there's a sex scene in a movie now, cunnilingus. It's like, don't worry. Don't worry. She got hers.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Nothing wrong with that.
There's like 2 movies with Adam Driver that came out last year where he's performing cunnilingus on someone. And we, of course, our introduction to James Spader in this movie is him performing cunnilingus with the camera girl.
It's interesting, too, that we've paired these movies because I do think Phantom Thread at least covers some of the same ideas and themes of Secretary, the James Spader movie.
Oh,
and of course.
Well, I mean, in general, this is another part of the like erotic thriller smuggling is just the casting of James Spader, who is like the king of the erotic thriller and drama of like Sex, Lies, and Videotape and White Palace and Dream Lover and Bad Influence and Secretary.
All good.
Like he is just that guy, and he is an asshole in most of the movies he's in. He is sort of rich and entitled in most of the movies he's in.
I was going to ask to put the subtitles
on. We're going to put the subtitles on right now.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
But the other funny thing about this movie is that it opens with 2 sex scenes, but they're not 2 like glamorized, like Hollywood, unbelievable, mind-blowing orgasm sex. They are 2 sex scenes where the partners didn't have orgasms. Like, very importantly, he got interrupted and she didn't finish. And I do think that's like really interesting is that this is a kinky couple. And that's all Cronenberg movies, right? All Cronenberg movies start with a protagonist who's already on the edge.
Oh, yeah. Especially The Fly.
You get, and of course, Videodrome, Scanners, Cameron in Scanners is a homeless person before he gets picked up by the Institute. This location is so unbelievable.
Oh, I know. Is it Toronto?
It's all shot in Toronto.
Highway 401, I think.
Oh, is that the...
Yeah. I think it's known as like one of the heaviest traffic, highways in the world.
It's so great. All of the intersecting, all going different directions. Like, it is just such a stunning visual.
Beautiful.
And it's hypnotic to watch in a way that the film can be hypnotic to watch. He is a director of car commercials.
Right. Okay.
So those are the storyboards.
It's funny though, but for a second I thought it said J.G. Ballard on the top of the.
Well, it might have said James Ballard. Yeah, that's his character's name.
Yeah, that's probably right. That's interesting. And I've read the book, and I really do enjoy the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Like watching the movie isn't as exciting for me, or I think it's because you have a chance to empathize a little bit more with the Ballard character by reading his internal narrative.
Now, the way that Cronenberg shoots this crash is really great because he does not fetishize it, actually. Like, it's it is 4 cuts. It is impact, body flying through window, car settling as glass flies down, and then Spader's reaction. Mm-hmm. That's it. There's no slow motion. There's no multiple angles.
Yeah.
You don't get a nice wide shot where you see the bodies crumpling.
This isn't Death Proof.
No. This moment right here, though, is a thing I think Cronenberg botches a little, which is that is his hood ornament imprinted onto his hand.
Oh.
It's not clear. I've seen I've seen this movie like 3 times before I listened to the commentary track and realized that's what that's supposed to be. So I think maybe that effect isn't very good.
Why does Holly Hunter take out her breast?
She is trying to escape.
Okay, the trauma. That
she is not wearing anything under her trench coat because she also is already on the edge. Who knows what her and her husband had, where they just came from or where they were going.
Yeah.
But whatever it was somewhere where she was wearing a trench coat and nothing on underneath. So they were already sexual thrill seekers the way him and it does look like she's exposing herself, but like she's struggling. She's trying to escape out of the thing.
Yeah.
The makeup effects in this movie are so incredible.
It makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. All the dead, necrotized skin on his neck and the
makeup. Yeah, it's incredible.
So good. Now, the depopulated airport is also like a great location, and in general, like this is a movie about how these people are really isolated and sort of like they're outside of society, and so Cronenberg is not interested in strict realism or naturalism or anything. He creates this like. They're like, what hospital has like these crazy purple bedspreads, and then like later on, like she's wearing this like very seductive crimson like bathrobe at the like what hospital gown looks like that? It's almost closer to something like the garb that the gynecologists wear in Dead Ringers or whatever, where it's like
definitely. I thought of that actually rewatching it too.
So I do like this location. Now, I will say one of the weaker points of the movie, and I've read reviews that disagree with me on this, I don't think Deborah Unger is a great actor.
I would agree.
I think she's a character who sort of stands apart from everyone. So the fact that she is like sort of separated in her, performance and style and stuff, like that's fine too. She's definitely isolated in that way. And like as an actor to take on this role, like all the respect in the world to Deborah Unger, because this is like the hardest role in the movie. Mm-hmm. Not only does she have a lot of like subtle conflicted emotions that she doesn't want anyone to see, she's also just naked and having sex for most of the movie, and those are hard scenes to shoot. Like just emotionally as an actor, and your job is to be this character. Like that's difficult. Like it's the equivalent of a really physical like stunt heavy kind of performance. And so the fact that like she doesn't, there's supposed to be a certain amount of nuance to her performance and to her sort of ambivalence to what's happening to her husband and where she fits into it and her struggle to fit into it.
Yeah. I always thought there was too much ambivalence and too much detachment. I mean, clearly they are experiencing some sort of displacement in the world, and they've latched onto this sort of like little cult of people who can connect this way. And so maybe it's a beautiful thing. I think that's how Cronenberg frames it, is like, oh, all these people are coming together and having a connection, so they're not completely isolated anymore in what their desires are. Like I think he frames it that way as like being like the ending is beautiful.
Yeah, but it's also like it's not just beautiful. This isn't like like John Waters is someone who will like, make a movie that's championing the weird outsiders who find each other, and it doesn't matter how antisocial their behavior is. It's all justified because of their glorious nature or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he has ambivalence too. David Cronenberg is also frightened by their relationships with technology and everything. He's just not alarmist about it.
He's not judgmental, and I will say we're introduced to Elias Koteas.
Yeah, Elias Koteas is so good in this movie. I love that he's chewing gum because it means he's just breathing through his nose, and this whole movie he is just like heavy breathing because everyone else is sort of like they're hovering around this fetish, and he doesn't really have a job. He lives in his car. He kind of is just aroused 24/7. And of course, this is like very gay in the best possible way. And then it's a very animalistic performance as he's like sniffing him out. And you got James exposing his breast the way a lot of the female characters in this movie expose their breasts.
Let's compare scars. Much.
Consent is actually a big part of this movie in a way that even, other good erotic thrillers or whatever are like, usually you don't bother with the minute details of consent because it's a fantasy. And it's so it's sort of like, we don't want to get, down in the mundane nuts and bolts. I also love the costuming where it's like blue, red, and white. So they're all just like paired perfectly together, but also separate.
Again, there's hardly anybody in this hospital. It's just them. It's like the outside world doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like an alternate universe.
Exactly. And I think that like Cronenberg is he's not like just interested in telling a fascinating and transgressive and sort of thought-provoking story. Like he wants to explore these ideas, and I think that stuff can get lost if you are arousing an audience. I think a lot of audience members, could walk away from this movie potentially with the Ted Turner, who ran New Line at the time, was very against this movie being released.
Teenagers are going to have sex in cars.
Right. Or like teenagers are going to cause intentional crashes or whatever. And like this movie is so not sexy. If this movie was warmer, if this movie did have more just like passionate lust, then you would have the thing where audience members would just be sort of slotting themselves into genre and just being like, oh yes, I know what this is. This is erotic. This is the scene that's sexy. I guess car crashes are kind of sexy. Like, and it's like, well, I mean, whatever. I'm not saying this movie, if this movie was shot like Basic Instinct, but it was about car crashes, I'm not saying it would be irresponsible, but I'm saying the ambivalence and the remove and the clinical dialogue and everything, they're all aesthetic tactics that you can't look at these people literally. Like, it's just, if you look at these people literally, you're just like, these aren't human beings. Like, what the fuck? But like,
that's kind of what I've done in my initial viewings of this is like, I can't connect with these people.
Yeah. And because there's nothing in this movie that is like explicitly surreal and supernatural, people are more likely to watch this movie literally, unlike saying like Naked Lunch. Like Naked Lunch just exists in its own universe where it's like you can only view it as metaphor and symbol and everything because
that was more penetrable for me in that way.
Yeah.
You made that decision.
But this also exists in its own universe. But I will say, despite it being at a remove, despite a lot of the characters being really unemotive, I find this movie very moving and very personal. And I find this movie to have actually much more pathos than the average David Cronenberg movie for me.
Oh, interesting.
Part of it is, as we see James sort of struggling with the idea of looking at all this traffic. God, those fucking great makeup effects. It's so, it's not over the top, but it's like, it's so realistic and amazing. I was in a traumatic incident with a car.
That's what I was thinking.
Just about 10 years ago now. Like I think early 2013 it happened. And there's more traffic than there used to be is a legitimate thought I had when I would be, I live in Chicago, so I'm a pedestrian. I'm walking around. I'm crossing streets at stop signs. Mm-hmm. And in my head, it's like, oh my gosh, all the cars are running through all these stop signs. Like, that's my trauma. And I'm like 10 years later, I still have trauma. I still, when I ride in the front seat of a car, it simulates the feeling of lack of control that I had. And I actually like start panicking and stuff. So in that way, it's like just a very direct one-to-one, like, yes, I also have car trauma. Unfortunately, I don't get to get off on it. I just get to wake up screaming from nightmares where I'm in an out-of-control car.
The one time I was in a bad accident, I was like in an altered state to where I didn't even acknowledge my body. And it was just like I disassociated almost because it was a whole new feeling. Because
I love
you've
this
never been in an
location too,
accident
with the
before.
two different planes of traffic whizzing by right outside the parking garage. Whoever did the
that's a great shot. There's a lot of great. I mean, we'll get into
whoever did the location scouting in this movie, like, really deserves a lot of credit because there's a lot of like big windows and reflections on people's faces, and like you're looking out car window. Like there's a lot of sort of the separation of the characters in the outside world, but the outside world always being there. I wanted to ask you something about this.
Yeah, alienated from it.
So you would consider yourself like a fan of David Cronenberg?
Very much so. He might even be in my top 10 favorite directors.
So for me, the sort of the issue that, and I know that you've sort of come around and you're a bigger fan of this, or at least you enjoy this movie more than you used to.
I enjoy the cinematography and the music especially.
Do you not feel like a distance and a coldness towards its protagonists in most David Cronenberg movies? Because I feel like I watch Videodrome and I care less about James Woods than I do about James Spader in this. Like, for me, there are like 3 David Cronenberg movies that have like real pathos, and that is this, Dead Zone, and The Fly. Every other movie is very cold to me.
I get very emotional with The Fly.
Yeah.
Because I understand like being really obsessive about something.
But like Scanners,
and creating
you don't really
something.
get emotional investment.
No.
The lead in, The Brood is not, there's not a lot of pathos to him really. And, Dead Ringers, I never like get super absorbed in their emotional journeys.
Yeah.
I find it more interesting on an idea level. Naked Lunch obviously is just like all ideas.
I guess I have an emotional response to History of Violence.
History of Violence, sure.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that movie maybe since it
Probably
came
the
out.
father and son element of that film does hit home in a way. I'm not that my dad was a secret hitman or anything, but there's moments throughout his filmography where I do feel something other than like, oh, this is a cool exercise in style. And
this is another great location. We do see cars in the background too, in addition to all of the broken cars.
It's like watching an art installation piece at times.
Yes.
Where you're a little bit at a remove, but you're still observing things and finding the beauty in even just like the way a car has been destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, it's contemplatively paced, which I don't know if contemplatively is a word, but like when you watch slow cinema, when you watch Memoria or,
Did you see that, by the way?
I did see that, but we can talk about that another time.
Okay, yeah.
Like, it allows you to just sit and consider the images, and that is like a big part of, even though this is a much more narratively driven film than anything by Uncle Joe, like this is that is definitely the approach that Cronenberg is doing here. Her costume design throughout this movie is so strange.
The gloves.
It's the gloves and the trench coats and I love the casting of
She
Holly.
even comments on it later on, and like, I'll wear a fucking kimono if I want to.
Right. Well, that's specifically in him making a joke about her not wearing like black, like she's in mourning. But like, one thing I really like about the casting of Holly Hunter is that like if you imagine the made-for-cable late-night streaming version of this movie, where like she is the sort of sexy stranger who enters their lives in some way. Like, you never cast Holly Hunter. Holly Hunter is great because she is not like a traditionally just like, she's not the statuesque blonde, everything that Deborah Unger is. But like, she's so fierce and she's so willful in all of her performances and stuff. And in this, there's never any question that like she has 100% agency the way that he does. There's never any question like, is she a woman with a full, internal life and everything? It's like, no, it's Holly Hunter. Like she is chasing after something in every movie she's in. Like you just look at her eyes, and she's just sort of like, she's searching for something.
Very much so. Yeah.
I do like the repeated like sort of sexual anxiety of the like seatbelt as almost just like. It's almost like
it's like penetrating into something.
Well, or it's just like it's almost close to like the chafing of like an erection in tight pants or something. Like he's just sort of like clawing at it with his hand.
Yeah, again, attention to detail is one of Cronenberg's strengths. Like just to make that choice.
Yeah,
have that.
yeah, and even like even her smoking like with the little cigarette lighter, I love because like and the way this is shot with the constant reflections of everything passing by them. Again, the thing I was saying about like they're separated, but they're also like constantly the outside world is coming in on them at the same time. Like traditionally in film, like lighting a cigarette is a very sexual sort of a thing. Like someone pulls out a cigarette, someone else pulls out a lighter, and it is this bit of foreplay. And now she's having a bit of foreplay with, he doesn't shoot it erotically like that, but it is still in some way like she's having a little bit of foreplay with the car.
Yeah, it's like some of this dialogue is taken directly from the book. I just didn't know if it translated as well, especially once we get to like Elias Koteas. And I've mentioned this before on the podcast where I feel like him spelling out the themes directly to the audience really bothers me. And I think even Bill at the time was like, oh, I think that's Cronenberg sort of making fun of that choice.
I don't think the themes of the film are spelled out. I think or at least that's his thesis. He demystifies his character's motivation, but it's not the film itself. It's what is going on with this character in this character's head. He enters the film as a very mysterious, enigmatic figure, and then about halfway through the movie, he dispels all that, and then suddenly you can empathize with him because you realize that his whole thing about like his
the reshaping of the human body.
Yeah, his secret project is actually no, he's horny. Like his secret project is his word for I'm horny in the specific way you are. I also like that right now James and Helen have kind of a like feeling out process the way that that James and Vaughn have, but it's like it's a different thing because Vaughn is this sort of feral, animalistic guy, and he kind of takes what he wants.
Oh yeah.
Whereas they are both unsure about these feelings they have. They know in that near miss that they have the same feelings. That's the thing that makes it clear.
Yeah, there's a little awkwardness, especially once they're trying to get their clothes off here.
And there is something a little tender about
it's very real, like just the moments of like I can't get this thing off. I gotta get this off. And there's still people in the background here, which is interesting.
Right. Well, it's they don't matter. They don't have faces. As the movie goes on, you see less and less.
They don't care though.
You see less and less people who aren't part of like the kink world. I will say, like, in general, this movie does a really good job to have all of its sex scenes. I did want to talk
always
really
just
quick.
one breast too.
Yeah, well, I do want to talk about like again, we're talking about like the idea of these characters negotiating consent, not always verbally, but they are negotiating consent in these sex scenes frequently. And I think that there is something a little confrontational about sex scenes in which nudity, instead of just being like ambiently there, is explicitly one person presenting to the other and like for their sexual satisfaction. Because I feel like in movies, often we're like peeking through the keyhole and it's very voyeuristic, and it's, the scene in Slumber Party Massacre where we're following the bar of soap and we get to watch all the teenagers shower and like rub them, soap themselves up. And we get to not be there. We get to be invisible, and we get to enjoy it. But we don't have the we're not implicated in our lust because we don't have the filmmaker sort of looking right at us and say like, you want this, you want to see Holly Hunter's breast too. And in this movie, because the women, in these very sexy clothes and fetish gear and everything, they're presenting themselves to other people. It's a little less comfortable because even though it is in fact more explicitly consensual, it's less comfortable because you actually have to deal with, okay, she just did that. Did I want that to happen?
Like there's just a discomfort to it, but also, I don't know. Like I was even just now watching them together. Is he having an issue like satisfying her sexually? So that's why he wants to get her involved with Vaughn and this sort of subculture.
I think it's her wanting to get involved. I think she's on the outside, and I think he's getting so much sexual fulfillment with this new avenue he's discovered. But she wasn't in a car crash. So this movie is about her trying to find her place in her marriage under these new circumstances. And a lot of her, I feel, the character's motivations are her trying to do that. I love the way the audio in this scene is recorded. It's very clearly live microphone audio.
Yeah.
You hear his breath so much, and again, he is just like heavy breathing this whole movie.
You should watch the Adam McGowan film The Adjuster, because that's another like really strong Elias Koteas performance, and it's a little similar in that he's an insurance adjuster going around seducing different people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have not seen any Adam McGowan movie except for Chloe, so like I'm just like woefully behind on that man.
Exotica,
But
maybe that's a sexy movie.
another Canadian film, another Canadian filmmaker who makes provocative material a lot of the time. What happened to him?
I can't think of the last thing that he was in. I'm sure he's been in stuff.
He has been in stuff. I looked up his IMDb, but it's like there was a certain point where he was in some big movies or he was some notable performances, and it got to the point where I think like in 2009 there was a really bad horror movie called Haunting of Connecticut, and he just shows up as a priest, and I was like, oh, he still acts, okay. But like
I think he's in like Shutter Island for a brief scene, and that's it. That's all
I wonder what happened to him. Now, I did want to ask you, because you've read the book. I have not read J.G. Ballard's Crash.
Not in a long time, but I definitely remember really liking it. And kind of being into it, because it wasn't necessarily spelling everything out to me. It was just more of like descriptive imagery of things. And certainly they were gross. And at times I'm like, ugh. But, I still really found it fascinating to read. Almost like as an existential or philosophical kind of diatribe about like, we have this obsession with cars and technology to the point where it's merging with us, and our sexuality is an extension of that. And I think that's what Cronenberg's trying to get at here visually.
Well, I think something that's important too, and again, I haven't read the book, so this could be totally off base, but just in my research of like, looking at, when did this book come out? What would this book be responding to? Because this is a movie
came out in the 70s, I think.
Okay, it was 1973, and so like that is a movie that is like right at the start of like porno chic, and like Deep Throat came out in 1972, and people's relationship with sex was suddenly very different and mediated by technology in a way it hadn't before, and the graphic images of people having intercourse, like there have always been stag films. Like I'm pretty sure when the motion picture camera was invented, pretty shortly after, someone was like, yeah, but what if we got a blowjob and filmed it? Like, I'm pretty sure that happened, but like it was not a mainstream cultural thing to see unsimulated sex before that. And like I don't know J.G. Ballard's relationship with hardcore pornography or his feelings on it or whatever, but it's easy to see that as being one sort of point of inspiration and anxiety, possibly.
It was fueled by anxiety, and clearly, but at the same time, it was very personal, which is obviously why he named the character after himself, because he was like struggling or wrestling or even at some points having nightmares about sex in really unusual places, I guess. And I think what made me come around to this movie a little bit more is if I view it as Cronenberg's Tetsu the Iron Man, and that it's like his world of like trying to confront the fears and paranoia of like what we're becoming as a species, and
which is not a new theme for him.
No, definitely Videodrome. Was a big part. That was huge.
And Videodrome similarly is not violent videos are turning us into monsters, nor is it violent videos have no effect on us. Like he very specifically is not an alarmist in either direction. He is not.
I almost want this movie to go further, and like literally the car. I mean, I guess that's more of the like Titan or Titane.
I was going to ask you about Titane, which is a movie you like much more than me as well. Not much more, but I do think it's a movie you like more than me.
I do like it.
Again, like 2 cuts. That's the whole Crash. And one of the cuts, you don't even see the front of the car. You just see it from the wheel well there.
Well, that feels more realistic.
Right, exactly. And it's just like kind of sudden and scary, and it's like it builds up anticipation. It's going to happen, and the way cars crashes in movies happen generally is that they are spectacular and sexy things. And I do think like a lot of the people in this crowd probably aren't necessarily getting aroused. They are just like, this movie came out in 1996. That's the same year that Michael Bay's The Rock came out. And in that movie, you see a Lamborghini like flip in the air and land on a bus and explode. And like, I'm sure the audience lost their fucking mind when they saw that, because it was just spectacular and amazing stunt. And like, I'm sure that the audience for this event some of them might be fetishists. Some of them might not be acknowledging whatever sexual arousal they're getting from it. But like, I'm sure a lot of them are just like, holy shit, they're going to crash cars right in front of us. This is cool as hell.
I feel like this is kind of a meta scene, though. It's like James Spader and Holly Hunter are us watching, like this is the stage cinema event that, he had in mind. Like he's almost like the director. Elias Koteas is the director of this car crash scene. And, the spectators are the audience there, and they're watching this unfold the way we're watching this movie unfold.
Yeah, and it's also like his character is very central. And previous to this film, or previous to this scene, his only scene in the film, you assume he's a doctor. You assume he's in these medical whites, and he's clearly got some kind of thing going on. But they have this admiration at look at how riveted James Spader is. Like he can't believe, it's one of those things where, people say confidence is very sexy, and like the idea that this guy has the same fetish as them, and instead of being like unsure and anxious and he is just like so fully committed and living it, like it almost provides a path to them. They see him as like, this is one avenue we can go down. And it ends up, of course, that's how the movie ends, is that they, in fact, he becomes the avenue that they go down, and he becomes the vector for how they process
all
their
these
sexual
people
arousal.
just kind of desensitized for whatever reason in life, that seeing something like this is exciting for them.
Yeah. I mean, it would be exciting for me too. I wouldn't want to watch it, but like, I'm sure if
I wouldn't get aroused.
I've seen car accidents in real life, like just driving down the road, seeing a car smash into another one like 500 feet ahead of me. It's one of the scariest things you'll ever see.
Oh, of course.
But like, it's very exciting. It's not hard for me to believe that you could find an audience, but I do like, again, in the more traditional erotic thriller version of this movie, you have 3 scenes where the detective shows up and goes, what do you know about this Vaughn character? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. You better watch yourself. You're getting in over your head.
You're getting too deep,
Spader.
man.
Yeah, like you would have this detective character circling the movie, almost like, what's his name in Christine? Like you could picture the way he circles the movie.
Harry Dean Stanton.
Not saying like that's a poor choice in that film, but like I'm saying you could see that kind of character.
Yeah, but Cronenberg's not interested in that for sure.
But I do like this. Vaughn is an artist, and I do think there is something self-reflexive about this movie in that it is David Cronenberg, and this is to be clear, he did Existence after this, but like.
He did it for me, basically. He's like, I know Jim didn't like Crash, so I'm going to make something I think he'll enjoy more.
You like Existence? I've not personally seen that one, so I can't comment on it. But like, he had sort of made his bread and butter, even in, quote unquote prestigious literary adaptations like Naked Lunch. Like he made his bread and butter on, transgressive films about the body breaking down, and like he very obsessively following this one sort of common theme, and then after this he sort of separated into more esoterically looking at how like a family unit breaks down, or how like an identity breaks down, and things like Eastern Promises and History of Violence, and how he social mores
a little more conventional, surprisingly.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it's the subject matter, and then part of it is just like he did get a little more respectable.
Yeah.
As he went on. And this does feel like him sort of looking back at his career up to this point and being like, I don't have the answers. Like you all look at me like these are, you look at my films like these are dispatches from like a mind that has like organized and understands the way the world works. But like I'm working this shit out too. And the idea that Vaughn is this like director surrogate who's just sort of like, he presents as this like very mythical and complicated figure, and then the very next scene he just sort of starts giggling at his little wordplay. Like you have to know that like David Cronenberg is like, well, of course, when I was talking about The Brood, I was talking about the way our angers, and then but you have to know when he saw the makeup effect for like the cub licking, he was like, oh man, people are gonna lose their minds when they see this. He's great.
Yeah.
David Cronenberg has an enthusiasm for makeup and special effects and stuff that like. He is not merely some respectable intellectual. He also understands genre, and he also has an enthusiasm for exploring the baser pleasures of genre. You know, you don't make The Fly because you are only interested in pure ideas.
Yeah.
You make The Fly because you're like, oh man, when his ear falls off, people are going to lose their mind.
Like, some people do think of Crash as the ultimate Cronenberg movie, but for me, it's always going to be The Fly. Like, it's like kind of the perfect marriage.
I wouldn't call this my favorite Cronenberg movie, but I can see how in some ways this is the ultimate Cronenberg movie, and that this is the summation of a career.
Yeah.
And then everything.
Well, his new movie, the trailer I saw for him, like, okay, well, that could be it. That could be the ultimate summation
for his new movie, but my understanding is it comes out in just a couple months, so I'm excited to check it out.
It's going to be sick. It looks insane. It looks like Crash on meth or something. Like, it just looks like some of the visuals do remind me of Tetsu the Iron Man, which I'm like, okay. Go that far. See, that's the thing too. Even with this movie, I almost feel like you could go further, man. You can go into
surrealist. I think the most surrealist he goes is with the leg scar.
Yeah, because even
that's the part where it sort of leaves the realm of like literally physiologically, could you have sex with someone's leg scar? Like, wouldn't that be an open wound? Wouldn't that have healed by now? Is he tearing her scar open when he does it? Like, you know, like, is an erection strong enough to tear through skin in that way? I don't know if it is. Like, that's the part where it gets more into that. Obviously, you know, the leg scar is very similar to the sort of vaginal opening that James Wood has in his chest in Videodrome.
That's the moment where my friend turned to me and said, "I hate this movie."
That's pretty good. I also like, again, he's such like a mysterious figure, and he like seems to have like some broader ideas going on. Mm-hmm. And then when you go, it's like this really depressing living room where everyone is just sort of like, it's not a sexy scene. It's like a drug addict scene. It's like, these are all like,
they're all kind of addicted.
That is a junky experience of just ending up in someone's living room at 2 a.m. and everyone is sort of zoned out watching TV.
Well, this is their heroin.
You're not sure. No, exactly. They are more junkies than they are like, you know, S&M swinging kinksters.
I love him in this scene though. Watch like him like slowly come on to James Spader in the background there. I just love that moment.
David Cronenberg never soft pedals the homosexual attraction between the two. Like he foregrounds it consistently throughout the movie. In a way that
he didn't do with Naked Lunch.
That's the thing. It's like I read William S. Burroughs' Naked Lunch again just last week. And that movie is like that book is like nothing but gay sex.
Yeah,
like that book is like nothing but. Do you want to hear everything that can happen to a penis and everything that can happen to an anus? Like, and there's like that is not a gay movie.
Yeah.
And it's like, and at the time, how Cronenberg justified it to Burroughs is he said like, look, Naked Lunch came out of your sexuality. My Naked Lunch can only come out of mine. And like, to be fair, like, yeah, David Cronenberg, he is a like married, pretty settled down, heterosexual, like Canadian. You know, he probably is not going to tap into the intense pleasure and lust and anxiety of being a gay man in the 50s.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But at the same time, you can also be like, yeah, well, it's also kind of a, you know, it's very self-justifying. But
I like what J.G. Ballard said to him about this movie, which he did really love and thought it was pretty faithful, which I also feel the same pretty much. Mm-hmm. You know, like, you should have just named the character David Cronenberg.
Yeah. Which David Cronenberg like never occurred to me.
Yeah.
Love Rosanna Arquette's like fetish gear / brace. Like that is perfect production design, like right out of Dead Ringers kind of gynecological instruments, where it's like, where it really is convincingly both. Like I would believe you could walk into a sex shop and buy this. I would also believe you could walk into a medical supply store and buy this.
Yeah, well, in a way, that is kind of a summation of Cronenberg. It's like he's trying to find that middle ground between the two, in something like Dead Ringers, where it's sexual and medical.
Yeah, and I also really love like this whole again, he keeps the same way that this movie sort of smuggles itself in the guise of an erotic thriller. This movie gets a lot of mileage and a lot of like anxiety and a lot of sort of ominous foreboding feeling, which, you know, it's a movie sort of like a similarly, not similarly necessarily, but a similar fine line film, Naked by Mike Leigh, is a film about like this sense of hopelessness at the end of the millennium.
Yeah.
like he gets a lot of that feeling out of pretending that this is a David Cronenberg movie where there's a vast global conspiracy, which is a very common thing in David Cronenberg movies. It's like it's in Scanners, it's in Videodrome, it's in Naked Lunch with the Benway Enterprises and all that. Like that idea of the characters or have sort of found themselves embroiled in something that is deeper and they're like it works on a global level is, you know, that sort of apocalyptic thing. Like Shivers is obviously very apocalyptic. Like this movie, in another version of this story, you would find out that Vaughn is but Toronto's fucking head of a worldwide global traffic whatever. Instead, he's a horny guy and he wants to come.
Yeah, I like this moment.
Oh yeah, this is kind of like James Spader fidgeting with the seatbelt earlier. The sort of erotic frustration of that is apparently, it was very, very funny. Someone told me when I was 17 and I was just like picking the label off of something. They're like, you know, that's a symbol of sexual frustration. Wow. And I go, I have ADHD.
Yeah,
I
have to be fidgeting with something.
Right, I'm a 17-year-old boy, so obviously I'm sexually frustrated. But I'm not sure if I follow you here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll give Crash this, is that I've seen this movie 6 times, you know, and it's mainly because like I'm trying to understand it and trying to almost like, you know, when you're in college, you have to read like all these papers, and sometimes it takes a long time to really understand it, so you have to keep rereading it till you do understand it, so you have like a clear idea of what to say in class. Yeah. And this for me has always been that like experiment of like, I'm going to keep watching this to see what I get out of it, or also if I can actually connect with these people.
I love these car chase sequences, because car chases only exist in the guise of a genre like a action movie or a sci-fi movie or something, and they only are ever shot for like maximum excitement and thrills and stuff. But like he doesn't shoot this like an action movie. He doesn't get those nice wide shots where you're.
That's true.
What he's doing is he's focusing on the characters and the faces, and most of the cameras are attached to the car. So like when the car moves, the camera moves with it. It's the background shifting around it, and the faces remain in the exact same place in the frame. So he's kind of equating the characters and their cars. They're sort of becoming one with their vehicles, because when the car moves, they move, and it's all, you know, reflected in their face. And obviously, a lot of cars themselves have faces, like the little headlights. You can easily like look at any car and be like, oh yeah, it's a little derpy face going.
Okay, so this is my least favorite.
Go ahead.
I just don't like it. I think it goes on too long. I just think like the dialogue is like, I remember laughing in the theater.
Yeah. I think laughing is an appropriate. I love this scene. I think laughing is an appropriate response.
I do have a favorite scene in this movie, but this is my least favorite.
This is your least favorite. That's totally fair. I mean, partially, I like this scene.
To be fair, I was laughing when I read some of this dialogue in the book.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. You know, it's funny and it's absurd. It's not funny. It's not intentionally funny like, oh man, I'm really going to crack the audience up with this. But it's intentionally absurd in a way that laughter is a very reasonable response to this. Yeah. I think this is what they had already done on the balcony at the beginning of the movie, where she's asking about how things go with your camera girl, and I was, we were the only people, or no, we were in the hangar. Anyone could have walked in on us. Their sex life is this sort of psychological game where she's interrogating him and stuff. And this is her first attempt to be part of his sex life again. And so it's this merging of his thing and hers. It's also foregrounding the homosexual stuff in a way that I think 1996 audiences, and even obviously, even 2022 audiences were not comfortable with. Like, talking about male on male sex. When you talk about gay sex in movies, or gay, sexuality, affection, whatever, like romance.
But why use the clinical terms?
Again, it's a distancing thing. Yeah. This is less arousing to audiences when it's clinical terms. And
I mean, I guess maybe she's thinking that's going to turn him on.
Yeah. I mean, no. And she's prodding him. He can't hide behind like ideas of like, no, I'm just attracted to like the idea of Vaughn. Like, I'm not gay. Like, I'm not, like, she's like specifically like anatomically, like when gay men have sex, one penis is hard and then someone's anus, except, like
unzip his greasy jeans.
Yeah. Like it's dual things. One is that this is like she is being confrontational and she's making him sort of she's turning him on because he is uncomfortable, because we have never seen any implication that he has ever been attracted to a man before, and he certainly doesn't have this relationship with any other men in the movie. He has relationships with several other women, but like we don't see him have any kind of gay relationship with anyone except for him. So it's safe to assume this is new for him. Right. Also, like, you know, like, I don't, like, if this scene was intended to make the audience hot and horny, then it would be like, oh my God, what did they think they were doing? But, like, that's not the intention of the scene. It is about...
Well, I think Cronenberg even said that it's like Vaughn is there in the room with them and they're having a threesome.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, Vaughn is the figurehead, both in his life and then after his death, upon which all of their sexuality hinges, because he is the ultimate expression of the things that they see inside themselves but are too afraid to become.
Okay.
And
okay, that makes more sense. It's okay. This doesn't have to go as long as it does, but I guess maybe we have to reach to his orgasm.
I'm not necessarily going to defend like every edit, every shot is exactly what it needs to be or whatever. But like, I do like that we have seen her do this and like push him and he comes in, you know, while they're having sex, and we cut to this part and it's like he is now back to it used to be like it was enough that they were both car accident survivors of the same accident and they were in the backseat of a car that is the exact same car he drove during the accident. He has now progressed. This is not doing it for him. The same way that it used to be enough that Deborah Unger would come home from the hangar and tell of her exploits or whatever. Like, that wasn't enough anymore. And there's this escalation, and there is this sense of, like, there is, and this is true of sex in general, I think, like, there is no completion. There is no, like, all right, I did that. It's like food. You're just like, I'm going to be hungry again. And, like, this is a movie all about the chase. This is a movie all about, like, in a very broad sense, the way that human sexuality, all humans are basically doomed to be sexually frustrated and unfulfilled because there is no final sexual fulfillment unless like you die in a car crash, I guess. Like, yeah.
And I guess that again, that comes down to the whole like inevitability of them deciding to die, really. Like they want to, to some degree.
Him not coming in this scene, and then like this is directly tied to the very last scene of the movie.
Yeah.
And so like I think the reason, again, that previous scene, it could have gone on shorter and probably gotten the same place. I think the first time that these two have sex in the car in the parking garage is also could be shorter. But like,
and this is their porn.
The juxtaposition. This is so funny. I love how, again, this is not a lifestyle fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone in the audience is like, man, these guys are so cool.
I would hope not.
I love the fact that it's German narrated because it just implies a depth to their tape library where they're like, oh yeah, they got this material from all over.
Yeah.
Again, this is ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's funny. It's not a movie with jokes, but it is a movie that sees the absurd humor in the facts of life and sex.
And that's true of Phantom Thread. Like, I think there's really funny things in that movie.
We can talk about that in a second because I think we'll have the same conversations about like. I love again the thwarted orgasm. This is the same as him being interrupted in the camera room and all that. Like, this is a movie about sexual frustration.
Okay.
And
I can understand that.
Holly Hunter just getting so mad. It's so good. And it is also just like
mechanisms of human ejection.
Also, like they're watching
ejaculation.
They're watching a videotape. Like this is how car crashes in movies work too. Like the thing is, as an audience,
we watch a movie because we want to, like the Michael Bay movie. We want to see the most outrageous thing possible.
And in the Michael Bay movie, specifically, even you can talk about the very specific car crash I mentioned earlier from The Rock. Like we see the car hit something and then like go to slow motion because we want to build up as much tension as possible with the Lamborghini flying through the air before it lands. And it's like, that is a very sexual dynamic that he is doing. Even if Michael Bay and none of the people in the audience are explicitly saying like, all right, I'm horny for car crashes. They're horny for car crashes.
In a way.
And when the tape warps out right before the car crash, that's David Cronenberg specifically pointing like the dynamic that you are very familiar with when James Bond flies off the bridge and then suddenly everything goes to slow motion. Like you are already in this.
It's like going to the roll. It's going to Six Flags.
Oh, she's so cute too. I think that's another good part of her casting is that she's so endearing. Like these characters
I want to watch
are so
I want to watch a
cold and
spin-off
distant.
of Rosanna Arquette and Holly Hunter.
Rosanna Arquette and Holly Hunter are just so naturally likable.
Yeah.
And it's like very specifically
That's a great shot.
all of the nighttime photography in this movie is absolutely great. We live in an era with digital photography where like most nighttime scenes look like crap because you can just sort of digitally in post like light and everything. When you're making
everything's
this movie,
photoshopped.
it's very clear like they had to think hard about how do you light this how do only using street lights. How do you
The way these two are talking are very similar to like how we talk about movies when we get excited.
Yeah. No, they're enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Let
me tell you about this movie I just saw, and
there's just something beautiful about enthusiasts finding each other. And the confrontational part is that these are enthusiasts of something that is like so unbelievably antisocial and irresponsible, and like you should not want them to succeed in a world where this is the real world. Like if someone told you the story of like, oh yeah, my friend was in a car crash and then she got, sexually aroused by car crash, you'd be like, oh my God, what happened next? You're like, oh, she just started driving recklessly through the highway. You'd be like, your friend is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, fuck
you're
that.
putting people's
Fuck her.
dangers, or you're putting people's lives in danger.
Right, yeah. And it's like, but obviously there's something endearing about weirdos finding each other. That's just like a fact of cinema. That's the Wizard of Oz, Like,
Oh, sure.
It's just been there forever.
Well, even like that's just the way they look at these photos. It's just like we see amazing shots in movies. Like, look at that shot. It makes more sense to me now than it used to. Like, I appreciate the movie more, and as somebody who's really responding to just like watching a bunch of David Lynch movies on the big screen recently, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could have been a cinematographer because I just love how things look.
Yeah.
And this movie definitely has an amazing cinematography throughout. And
Oh yeah.
so I appreciate it for that.
But like very pointedly, like
I just don't like, again, this dialogue so much. It's like him almost like spelling things out.
Yeah, well, so he is revealing himself. I don't think he is. I don't think this is what the movie believes.
Okay.
I don't think it's as simple as that. I think if the movie could be summed up, David Cronenberg wouldn't be interested. I think if he's not ambivalent, then he's not driven. He's talking in interviews like he makes a movie to find out why he made the movie.
I heard. Yeah,
his movies feel like science experiments because he is actively like interrogating himself and why this drives him. And that's often why like you watch a movie like Videodrome. Videodrome's not like, oh yes, this is a very neat concluded like this movie is saying this about this and like it's a very perfectly balanced metaphor and this and that. Like no, it's messy and it doesn't always add up, and like you ask what's the ending about. There's not really like a pat answer that can just solve it as a puzzle. The way that a lot of like film culture now and YouTube and stuff is about like let's solve these films.
Yeah.
It's Videodrome explained. That's not what David Cronenberg is interested in. He is not interested in presenting riddle boxes to be solved. He is interested in purposefully making. I love the way this scene is shot, by the way, where we're stuck in the car the whole scene, and then even when we're outside, like we're attached to the car, and you just get sort of like
the camera is an extension of the car.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. No, but even like him just saying earlier, like I'm testing the resilience of my potential partners in my psychopathology or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of what a therapist would say. And I think to some degree, that's how Cronenberg frames himself as
right.
somebody.
But if like, what does that statement mean?
I don't know.
Like, the statement means I'm feeling people out so we can fuck. Like,
yeah, like, I guess if you want, when it comes down to, sure.
There are a lot of people who write, very high-minded stuff about kink, but at the end they want to come. Like, that's really like, that's the thing that is at the base and drives them. And I think he is an erotic figure for all of these people because he has this air of mystery, but like he is sort of just giving the game up. He is just sort of saying like, I don't know either. I'm chasing it. And there's another sex scene where it's like, it doesn't necessarily need to be this long, but there is something just like numbing about having this many sex scenes in a row.
Makes me want to watch Cosmopolis again to watch Robert Pattinson get a prostate exam.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a movie that is very, so Cosmopolis, right, is a movie about like how the ultra rich are sort of isolated and cloistered and protected from the world around them, and they're insulated from the results of the world that they create.
Yeah.
And like the thing I really like about this movie, or even the story, I'm sure it's true of the book as well. Just the premise. The thing I like about the premise is that like cars are selfish objects. Like, I'm not saying everyone who owns a car is selfish, because especially if you live in America, like that's just how the world is set up. Like, if you don't have a car, fuck you. Like, but like in a world that was egalitarian and equal and actually interested in justice, you would see more public transportation, more focus on high-speed rail. You would see more bike paths. You would see more stuff for pedestrians. You would have a sense of public that is like a communal space that we all share. Cars are our own little world. We don't think anyone can see us when we're singing along to songs and stuff. Like, we are just in our heads. We'll just drive, and it's like no one else exists. And like, cars are a great metaphor to examine sexuality, because sexuality is the same way, where it's like we're all kind of just like whatever dirty ass things that we actually turned us on, like that's just ours, and we could tell people or not tell people, but like they can't actually know. Like, you're sort of stuck in your own head with your own whatevers, and that's one of the things I really love about this movie. And again, that scene in itself with him having sex with the prostitute, it's a nighttime shot. It's the way the camera pans as it's moving, and you see all the lights and stuff. That's cool, and the score is good. But like, one of the things that makes it good is that the very next scene, we see this voyeuristic thing that James has with Vaughn in a much different context. So the prostitute scene is setting up the car wash scene.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
God, it's so good. Again, like, you would have a detective character in a more traditional movie. In a movie that it had any concern with like bringing questioned? A mainstream audience on, with any concern with exposition, with like onboarding people so that they can understand why they should care about the things that are happening. Like, you would have scenes where James is at work and people are like, man, you're really losing it. Like, like you would have like, did you even get any sleep last night? Like, you would have the whole, like, we're going to check in on the status of how his life has been disrupted. But like, David Cronenberg just cuts every single ounce of fat from this movie. This movie, to the point where it does feel inhuman.
Starts off with a script of like 70 pages and like, sort of like fills it out over time.
Even movies that I consider kind of cold or whatever, like Videodrome. Like, Videodrome has a lot of humor. Videodrome has like some weird sort of curly cues where it just sort of goes up. Like, it has that scene where they're on the talk show, and it's just, and like they feel warmer and more human because they're a little like messier and they're less relentless, and you sort of get to exist and ambiently be there with the characters. This movie is just like relentless, and every scene leading to the next, and everything that makes the experience smoother has been cut off.
Yeah. Well, that was my initial feeling. Too.
Yeah.
Like, it's too.
That was my initial feeling too.
It's too cold. It's too clinical. It's too detached.
Yeah, I used to all the time joke about, like, I do like that they have a police scanner so they can specifically seek out these car accidents.
Oh yeah. I can understand that if you're into that. Yeah, of course you want to find it. It's like Nightcrawler again, right?
Yeah. Nightcrawler, another movie with great night photography. This sequence, this like fetish photo shoot on the site of a car accident, unbelievable. It's so good.
Yeah.
This is like, just as a set piece, is like one of the highest moments of David Cronenberg's career. It might be like my favorite scene in his whole career. I don't know. I'd have to say I've not like seen a lot of all of his movies all recently, but like.
Well, I'm sure people like this do it. Like, I mean, I don't know if they actively seek out grisly deaths or something, but some people, this again, like we talked about, car
when you
crash.
Say people like this, do you mean car crash fetishes? Because I don't know if that's actually a thing.
No, not literally that. It's just people, when they see a car crash on the highway, they will turn and look.
Again, like the audience for the James Dean thing, like them watching the videotape, like Cronenberg's implicating us.
Yeah.
Cronenberg's saying these people aren't actually that different from you. And because he is saying something broadly about sexuality, that there's no statements about sexuality that apply to everybody. Some people are asexual. Some people have low libidos. Some people have high libidos, whatever, But like, generally speaking, human beings' sexuality is organized in this way. He like keeps poking back at us. It's not just like, look at these weirdos. Wouldn't it be funny if these people existed? It's like, you're them.
Yeah.
And that's like one of the reasons why I find this movie so moving. And again, like, This is her.
Maybe I don't want to admit that.
This
That's
is
why I
her
don't
very
like it.
specifically in the way that she does, which is presenting herself as this object of lust, as this fetish. Like, this is her trying to
understand where they're coming from.
well, not even understand, but she is trying to place herself in the sexuality of these two. She, you could read jealousy, but you could also just read a sense of anxiety about missing out, a sense of not being there. But like, in terms of,
she wants to be a part of this.
yeah, she wants to be a part of it, and this is her sort of interjecting herself into the sex life of Vaughn and James. This is her navigating, her husband's life. This is in some ways like, this is a movie a lot like Duke of Burgundy, which is like, how do you have a relationship and a sense of how do you build a sense of trust when people are so different and you can't ever actually be inside someone's head. Like, what steps do we go to navigate it? And then her like becoming this sort of like fetish model in her lingerie and posing, taking the same position as the traumatized woman there and all that. Like,
Go stand over there.
And the music.
He's like directing.
Yeah.
He's directing the scene.
Yeah.
Ugh. I think it's I still
And the red flashing lights on his face. It's just
I have a visceral
and the
reaction
vaginal,
to people.
gash in the car, like
Yeah.
in the jaws of life going into it, like a speculum. Like, Jesus Christ.
Ugh. I mean,
But like,
it
there
is
is a
work of art.
There's a sense of her being like timid, right? There is a sense of her like being unsure.
Yeah.
There is if not reluctance, there is not a full-throated enthusiasm from her. She is, I mean, at no point in the movie, she's just a very cold character.
Yeah,
but like,
this is clearly an alternate universe because the police would not let this happen.
even in a scene like this, which seems so untethered from what we think of as natural human experience, like, he still is communicating important things about these characters. This isn't transgression for transgression's sake. The 90s were a time where there were a lot of films that were very much like, let's push buttons because we want to push buttons. There were the Natural Born Killers and the True Romances and the and
that doesn't hold up as strongly. For
and there are movies that I don't like Naked, but like Mike Leigh's Naked is very much like, we are going to be transgressive and we are going to make the audience uncomfortable. And that is part of our aesthetic tactic.
Oh yeah, that part of that movie is to provoke you, and that can turn people.
And so,
off.
in some ways, this movie is very much, despite it just feeling like this total anomaly, not just in Cronenberg's filmography, but like in the '90s or whatever. Like, it is still a product of its time, in a way that like, I don't think you can make this movie now, and not in a like stupid like they'd never make Blazing Saddles now like kind of way, but like I just don't think that you trust an audience without telling them, hey, this is bad or whatever. There's always that moment. I don't know, but on the other hand, Titane won the Palme d'Or, and Titane is not a movie that telegraphs a sense of morality to his audience.
This movie won an award, right, for Audacity or something?
There was a special prize at the Cannes Film Festival that Francis Ford Coppola desperately did not want it to get.
Oh, there's an alarm going off in the background for everybody.
Yeah, there we go. We live in a place with sirens. Maybe there was a car crash.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a ghoulish thing to say. I apologize for that.
It was very scary to watch this again last night, and then I went on Facebook and saw a friend was in a car accident, a really bad one.
Oh no!
But he's fine.
That's
the car
good.
totaled, but he's fine.
That's good. Yeah, I've been in. I had my runaway car, but I've also been in. I rear-ended someone, and then I was in another car accident. Like I had I once, like, just my car parked out on the street, had a car smashed into it, so my car was totaled despite it just being parked on the street. Like, that's part of why I don't own a car anymore. Like, even beyond the trauma, it's
costs
just like
too much to like keep repairing it and like. It's. I wish I didn't have a car. but it's like I kind of have to at this point. I'm so used to it. It is like my little womb. This is my favorite scene in the whole movie.
It's probably the best scene. No, I think the previous scene's the best. But like, it's definitely like, this is an incredible moment.
Well, that whole scene out there with the actual car crash is like foreplay for them, and now it's
also like the automatic mechanical movements of the convertible's top going up is just like her exposing her, like that cold mechanical way that she exposes herself in this movie. I do like, again, this is a movie where characters are explicitly consenting to the acts they're about to do, and like
sure,
this is a scene with very rough sex in a way that could could potentially be upsetting or triggering. And
Perfect timing.
so good. But but the sequence opens with her consenting, with her providing not verbal but enthusiastic sort of consent, offering herself to him. And she likes the danger. She likes, we heard earlier where she had sex in the hangar. She likes the danger of being caught, and stuff like that. And so when we see her sort of almost panic later in the back seat, as Vaughn has very rough sex with her, we know that is not because of what we already know about the character. We know that her panic is not the same as her not wanting to be there anymore.
Yeah.
And even the next scene where we see the bruises, that is not like... it's really interesting the way that all of this is communicated without dialogue. They don't discuss it later in the next scene where they're examining the bruises.
That's probably why I like this sequence the most, because
no music either.
Yeah, no music. It's all silent. It's all
Though apparently
glances.
Howard Shore works with the sound people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there is a musicality to the rhythmic churning and chugging
of the car wash.
The car wash.
Yeah.
If any scene is going to be imitated by teenagers, I totally believe teenagers would go see this movie and then be like, there's the third wheel, I don't mind watching you fucking hook up in a car wash. I could totally believe that some
But car washes don't go on this long, to be honest. The ones I've had, I'm they're over in 30 seconds or something, maybe longer. But
and of course the very suggestive sperm-like nature of the
suds.
The suds going down the window and across the window as James is watching them is that is just looks like a cum shot.
Yeah.
And this, again, is a reflection of the previous scene with the prostitute. And we have not seen him actually witnessing, in sort of modern mainstream porn. This would be, cuck porn or whatever. This is actually a pretty common subgenre or fetish or whatever. But we haven't seen him present during this, so this is again an escalation as this whole film keeps escalating.
Yeah.
And the animalistic way he's just grabbing her face, and the way that her wet hand on the leather, and all of this thing is just it's just again, it's pushing his face in it. He can't escape. He can't go somewhere else. He can't look at the scenery. They're in a car wash. The only thing going on is his wife having sex with the guy that he wants to have sex with in the back seat. This is in the car that he had a car accident. There's so many levels at work here. And again, the constant cuts to the outside where you just see the mechanical nature of it as well. This is the most sexy scene in this movie, I would say. This is certainly the sex is passionate and not sort of cold. It's sort of dangerous and exciting.
Yeah, that's the right word. I was going to say rough.
That erotic thriller sex often is Diane Lane having sex on the stairwell and Unfaithful and stuff like that.
I liked what he did with the two contrasting sex scenes in History of Violence, as being character driven as well.
I remember the last time first time I saw History of Violence, I had never really seen anything like that, or didn't even really think about movies on that level. Yeah. And I remember it just being this is unbelievable, one of the greatest things ever. And I remember the last time I saw History of Violence, it's not as subtle and it's not as balanced and nuanced and elegant as I think the sex in this movie is. But it's been years and years and years. And I love that he's comparing his hand to Vaughn's hand. Even right now, Vaughn is an intermediary. The other thing is that this scene is very much a mirror of the scene when he is in the hospital bed, and Vaughn has become her car crash. Vaughn is now, before she was trying to get in, and now she is tied to his sexuality because she has had this moment that has impacted her the way the car crash did.
Well, they're treating it like a trauma.
Right, exactly. And it's without the context of the rest of the movie, you would see this is the scene where things have gone too far. And again, in the more traditional erotic thriller, this is where they're we're in over our heads, we got to get out. And then it ends with them being on the roof of a building and Vaughn getting pushed off or something.
I almost wouldn't have minded if there was no dialogue in this movie.
You can't. I don't think you can.
But I like
information.
You go from from them seeing the car crash on the highway to the car wash, and now this. Like, it's all silent. And that's probably my favorite stretch.
Right. Well, yeah. But I mean, I honestly think when you have dialogue that sounds inhuman, and when you have dialogue that is just so weird and just doesn't sound like the way people talk, and it isn't comfortable the way that like patter in a movie is.
Yeah.
Like, that's almost the same as having no dialogue. Like, that's almost.
You're probably right. I can see that.
In some way, it achieves the same effect. But like.
At some point, I wouldn't mind watching this on the big screen if the music box ever plays it or something.
I'm sure at some point there will be a Cronenberg retrospective where we get to see Crash on the big screen.
I hope so. Yeah, I love the David Lynch retrospective, but there are other directors out there to do that with.
But the David Lynch retrospective is a license to print money because David Lynch has a rabid fan base unlike any other. So
I've learned.
People
there
are
are
going
David
to,
Lynch bros after me going to all those screenings.
I'm telling you, like
let's get drunk and watch Blue Velvet.
They're the PTA bros. Like, it's the same thing. It's people probably packed that theater for that, I don't know, Jack piece of shit that he did for Netflix.
Yeah.
That movie sucked so much. Anyway, we're not talking about that. We're talking about this amazing location with, again, the cars on the side.
Yeah.
In the book, this takes place at a car show, not a showroom. But
right.
The only sort of like, if you're talking about structurally, like how this movie is arranged, the only sort of, it's not even a misstep. It's the only part that feels a little unelegant to me. Is that
it is episodic in that way that sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I wonder if this scene would have played better earlier in the film, because I'm not 100% sure, like, narratively, like where are we now?
Well, that's what I mean, because Gabrielle, it's almost like the only escalation here is an escalation of, it's not of the character's fetish, it is of, we are building to the set piece that people talk about, which is the leg scar sex. And like, to be clear, like, I was a teenager who liked David Cronenberg movies because they were fucked up. And I was just like, man, they're so fucked up. Like, I was not thoughtful about Videodrome. I was like, James Woods got a pussy in his chest and he hides a gun in it. This movie rules.
Sure.
And so, like, this movie was like, there's a lot of boring stuff, and then James Spader fucks a leg scar.
Yeah. It was weird. And
so in some ways, this is a climax because this is the most surrealist, like, over the top, like, sort of bad taste pushing sex scene.
Yeah.
I really do want to say the character of Gabrielle is awesome in that she is a disabled woman.
But she refuses to be defined by that.
Well, no, it's not even necessarily a matter of whether she refuses to. It's like the movie doesn't.
Yeah.
Because, like, she has fetish gear, and her leg braces and everything are fetishy, but, like, so is the way Holly Hunter dresses. So is Vaughn's body and all of his scars. Like, she is this sort of, she isn't othered because they are all in the same boat. And before we get to this scene, we have now been through all of this with everyone else. And so it's not like she is just like, oh, and then she's like not even a human being. She's just this like total wreckage. It's like, she has this weird playful thing where she like clearly likes fucking with the car salesman.
Yeah.
At this point in the movie, by the way, the only faces we see are the faces of people who are either part of their thing or like are being against their judgment being drawn into their thing. Apparently, this was a very expensive moment because tearing the seats of cars is not the same as just like ripping up a seat. Because car seats are insanely expensive because all the safety features. So apparently that was like a $40,000 shot to replace that.
Wow.
But yeah,
That's wild.
This is the scene. And again, I do like that we do get a different kind of, if we are talking about like him descending into his fetish, this car park is very different and much grungier and much less human.
Even that wheel looks like from the future.
Yeah, exactly. I guess this is her car that they're in.
Yeah, not really clear about it. Well, I would assume so because of this setup here.
Yeah, the setup, she can drive the car without,
Yeah. Such an insane, like even the score is different.
So this scene caused especially a stir, and there was actually a backlash against the backlash in Crash because a lot of critics were like really condescending, and we're like sort of conflating like physical disability with an inability to consent. And they were talking about this scene as if like, you know, Gabrielle couldn't possibly want this herself, and that it's like, you know, insensitive to the disabled. And then disabled people sort of came out and were like, wrote, you know, letters to the editor and stuff that were like, actually, we like to fuck too. And
yeah, well, of course. I mean,
and this scene was actually cut out of the movie in Korea, because apparently in Korea, or at the time at least, there was an intense taboo around disabled people being sexualized. Like, it was just considered completely beyond the pale. So, like, everything else in the movie stayed. Again, we get another cunnilingus act in some way.
yeah.
With that, again, beautifully designed leg scar. The scar is the equal amount of gruesome looking, but also, like, extremely sexy and vaginal looking. And, like, the line it walks is absolutely incredible. This is the second best disabled sex scene that I've seen in a movie. Can you name the first?
Probably when you say it, I'll be like, oh, of course, but I don't know.
Monkey Shines.
Oh, yeah.
Monkey Shines. You want to talk about a positive depiction of disabled sex, of like sex
Yeah,
with a
that's
physical
right.
disability. Monkey Shines, again, gets into the nitty gritty of how you do it.
Yeah.
So this is the camera girl. I feel like the implication here is that she is kind of the same way that like Holly Hunter's walking around in a trench coat with nothing on underneath at the start of the movie. Like, she's on a different path, but she's also kind of kinky and kind of like, she likes public sex and displays and like showing herself off. And that's why, like, you see her face, she kind of counts as being part of their thing. Apparently there was more in the movie between James Spader and the camera girl, but David Cronenberg's like, oh, these two have way too good of chemistry. That's not what this movie is. So he
really
cut out a lot.
Yeah.
So there was probably like some dialogue or something, maybe in rehearsal. I don't know if it was ever filmed. There's no deleted scenes on the Blu-ray or anything, but like at a certain point, she was a more developed character. I love that Vaughn is like this little whimpering,
Yeah.
you're making it too clean. Like he, like, you know, he's like, he, you know, the previous scene we saw him in, he was like Mr. like masculine power taking sex kind of guy. And then he's just like sort of squirming underneath the hand of this woman. Like the roles have been reversed. And in the next scene we see, he is going to bottom for James Spader. Like,
Yeah. Getting a tattoo is a unique pain.
David Cronenberg very, consistently undercuts Vaughn's mystique throughout this movie, and I love it. It gets set up again, and then he just brings it down again. Because again, the only difference between Vaughn and James is that Vaughn is more committed. I love this.
Yeah.
I can't think of any erotic thrillers that are this fearlessly bisexual. Certainly not like male on male. Like, you know, you have what's her name? Like, you have Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct is
and
bisexual.
Bound.
But like, yeah, Bound is, I don't know if that's bisexual.
That's
I think
more
they're just
lesbian.
lesbians.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, this is a very, even again for today, this is a very daring scene. I think audiences are very comfortable with women loving women. They're not comfortable with men loving men, and to this day, you really don't see a lot of explicit man on man sex. And to be fair, this scene as a sex scene is less explicit than any of the previous sex scenes in terms of nudity, in terms of like
Yeah,
a
we don't
long
actually
shot.
see penetration.
Yeah, in terms of like a long shot where you see the positioning of their bodies and stuff, it's done a lot closer. So like, in some ways, this scene is one could make the argument that this scene is more timid than the heterosexual encounters.
Yeah, I would have thought that Vaughn would have gotten extremely rough again, but he doesn't really.
Well, no,
He's kind of more passive in this, isn't he?
he is, yes.
Yeah,
I mean that.
he's the bottom.
Yeah, he bottoms in this moment.
Yeah.
But, so there's two reasons why it does not bother me. Despite, you know, I really would love to see Elias Koteas fully nude. There's a couple reasons why it doesn't bother me that this scene is a little less graphic. Like, one, just emotionally, like, the scene is about something different. The scene is about them finally admitting the thing that they have been hovering around.
Yeah,
and so
it's
it is
character-driven
it's more
again.
character driven than
Yeah.
like the stuff between James and Gabrielle. The other thing is that it's like 1996, and there's no way this movie gets released with a sex scene between these two that is shot the way any of the heterosexual sex scenes are.
Yeah.
Like, that's just never going to happen in a million years. So even if you wanted to be ultimately generous and say like David Cronenberg really wanted this to be more, but he just knew that he would never get his movie released that way.
That's true.
Like, it's just, like, for the time, it's pushing a lot of boundaries. But then I think for me, the ultimate reason why I really like that, or I accept that scene is not as explicit and as graphic as some of the other ones. Like, I do think you could watch this movie and walk out of it and not remember that James and Vaughn had sex.
I think that happened to me.
Yeah. The close up of the face, you can just be like, if you don't have a great imagination and you don't know how anal sex works, you might go like, that was just a moment. It doesn't leave a vivid image the way a lot of the heterosexual.
Yeah, I thought they
sex
just kind of made out.
Yeah, no, but Vaughn bottoms for him. But so for me, the biggest reason is that Vaughn tops as well. That wasn't the payoff. Them having intercourse in the car was not the ultimate expression of their sexuality for each other. This is. And in this one, James bottoms for Vaughn. Like, this is very much a reconfiguration of the sex scene we just saw, except instead of it being a penis and an anus, it's a car and a car.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And again, like, some of these shots of the actual cars when they've been crashed are strangely beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, to where, like, yeah, if you had this up at the Art Institute, I'd be like, oh.
I mean, yeah, the gynecological instruments in Dead Ringers are also strangely beautiful, as upsetting as they are. Like,
yeah,
David Cronenberg is, not afraid
so weird
of
to think
indulging
about.
His aesthetic sense. And
it's so weird to think about after I had major surgery, how many people wanted to see my scar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like,
that's funny.
I want to see your scar.
Well, I think scars are sexy for a lot of reasons, right? Scars are sexy because scars are the marks of survivors. Like, scar is like, here's something I survived. Here's something that, you can interpret as building character. But yeah, like, this is just anal sex again. This is just...
yeah.
Yeah, many a bottom has felt the way James did right now. Like, oh, okay, we're doing this.
Yeah.
But scars tell a story. Scars are unique. They mark you. They make you an individual in a way that, like, you can have the same hairstyle as everyone else. You can have this and that, but, like, your scar is yours, and, like, it separates you. And it's the same way that, like, a fucking pickup artist wears a hat with a big feather in it because it singles him out. Like, it's the same thing. Like, scars are sexy in that way. And then scars are physical. They're textured and, like, touching another person's body. Not necessarily everyone who sees your scars touches them, but, like, their eyes are touching they're imagining the texture of the scar on your body. Like, yeah,
that's amazing.
So outside of a sort of fictional context in which car crashes are erotic, like, scars already are erotic. And so, again, this is the way Cronenberg keeps circling around things that are relatable and do exist. Not everyone is going to see Elias Koteas's, like, mangled chest in this movie and get a hard on, but, like, in general, like, there is already an understood sort of sexual arousal that sort of circles around scars and stuff.
Well, Ebert, I think, even said in his review, you can replace their fetish with whatever fetish you have and just place it in that context. And I was like, all right, well.
Absolutely. Me personally, I just like to eat 7-Eleven slushies until I vomit, and that's how I do it. And, like, it's basically the same as this movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll eat a whole pizza and get hard.
Yeah. Good.
No, that won't happen anymore.
There's another... I do like that again, this movie kind of teases the more conventional version of itself before, like, going off on a different conclusion. And this is a scene that, if you were scripting out the conventional version of Crash, this is the part where they realize that Vaughn has gone too far and he can't be controlled anymore. And who they thought was a partner has actually become very dangerous because the game has become real for him. But this is not them realizing Vaughn has gone too far. This is them, like, kind of getting turned on that Vaughn's gone too far. Like, this scene that happens now is not them panicking because Vaughn has turned predatory and they're not into it. This scene is them being, like, it starts with them hungry, like, where's the traffic? Where are the cars? What's going on? There's something kind of spooky about it. I love the way this scene specifically is shot. Like a lot of the scenes are shot around dusk, and there's a lot of like heavy blue. Like this whole movie is very cool and has a lot of like blues and greens and stuff. This scene is a lot of really pitch blacks, but then you also get these oranges and reds and yellows and. It's actually very colorful, but it's also...
I like that he's like waiting almost like a serial killer.
It's also like really harsh blacks as well, and it's like built around... The image is built around highlights.
Just knows when they're going to pass.
Yeah, there's like...
That look. That's like the look he has in Shutter Island or something. Just like, oh my God. What is he saying?
I don't know. I maybe should have watched that moment 100 times until I could, lip read. But the other thing so this is just a beautiful sequence. The way it's like kind of chiaroscuro and like kind of like super darks and super bright highlights and stuff. The other thing that shooting this scene does is it hides stunt drivers, and I'm sure a lot of these takes do not have Elias Koteas in that car.
Yeah.
So I think there is probably a practical reason as well. When you get the camera attached to the car like this, it's reasonable to assume they're being pulled by a trailer or something, and that the actors are not actually operating the vehicles. But when you get to this scene, you don't see the face because it's probably a stunt driver. But like,
do you think these characters want to die though? Because like to me, I always thought they had this death wish. They actually do want to die.
I don't know if it's a matter of wanting to die. I think it's a matter of death being an acceptable end result.
A fertilizing event.
Fertilizing event. Again, I think death is a fertilizing event could feel very philosophical, but it also could literally be death is a cum shot.
Yeah, no. Like, equating the two.
Yeah. Like I don't think it's necessarily Vaughn has really high-minded ideals or whatever. But I think that they are operating upon their sexual impulses, and they are not operating upon what fits easiest and most comfortable and most sanely into their life.
Oh, that scream.
Now, this is a moment where it's like, boy, if this movie had more of a budget, you might have seen that car go over the edge and hit a bus all Michael Bay style, but this movie doesn't have that budget. I mean, let's get real. This is Crash. They didn't give this movie $80 million.
I'm forgiving of that.
Yeah. Especially because it does, like... We want to see the crash happen, and we're denied it. And so now this is sort of an erotic reveal, the way she undresses or whatever. Like, the camera sort of craning over the side of the bridge to reveal the bus is erotic in its own way. I also love that there's a single actor on fire. I like that one. I mean, anyone who listens to Tracks of the Damned know I'm a big fan of fire stunts. And I do like there's just one stunt man on fire.
Yeah, and if that happened in reality, just be in total shock. Something like that. Then things like that happen.
Yeah.
Ugh. And now this scene sort of plays out of I don't know, like.
Well, this is the rest of the.
Is this them getting the car, or is this the Holly Hunt? Oh,
this is the Holly Hunter Gabrielle or Rosanna Arquette sex scene. This is like, to me, this is. He was talking about, James Dean broke his neck and became immortal. Like, Vaughn drove his car off a bridge into a bus and became immortal. Like, he is now this sort of iconographic figure the way that a Jane Mansfield or James Dean is.
Right.
This, to me, the scene is A, them mourning their friend. This is B, them sort of getting really turned on by his crash car. And C, this is like the equivalent of like... when people visit Jim Morrison's grave and leave bottles of whiskey on it. You know what I mean?
That
like this is a tribute. This is a eulogy. This is Also, we haven't had any lesbian action yet. Come on, let's get some lesbian action at this movie.
Okay.
I don't know. That's probably was.
I like your read on it. I just always thought like, this is kind of out of nowhere, but maybe it isn't.
I mean, that is Vaughn's crash car, and then later, the very next moment. The rest of the movie really centers around this crash car and around these people sort of mythologizing Vaughn, and he does sort of transcend into something else only through death.
Yeah, and part of me always wondered that the rest of them wish they could be Vaughn and like actually die in a way.
Yeah,
'cause,
yeah,
like, there's
I think
some
that's right.
sort of
Again, I think your instincts are correct as far as their death wish. I think maybe that didn't read right to me because I don't think death is the point, but I think the transcendence of this is the
it's
point.
a transcendent act. Yeah, I don't know. It's something because even when like he says maybe the next one.
This is David Cronenberg, by the way, doing the voice.
Oh
of the,
yeah, that's very
parking lot
recognizable
attendant
voice.
And now we return to the conversation that James and Vaughn had in the car when they were looking at the, when he was talking about his project or whatever. He's like, he wants to get a crash car and get it running again, just enough to get it running. A car with history, he says. And now we know that Vaughn's car has history. And what we have here is basically a recreation of the first sexual encounter that the three of them had together when Vaughn and I forget the name of his wife's character, Catherine. When Vaughn and Catherine showed up at James's work and they all sort of drove, and like this is basically a recreation of that sequence.
Yeah.
There, another interesting wrinkle in this movie taking place in Toronto and the way it utilizes the geography is that there aren't like a lot of American car iconography is about the highway. It's about like open road. It's about like just going to 120 because there's not another soul for miles and you're just like on this isolated journey.
Sure.
All of these like little incidents take place on highways that are circling a city. They aren't going anywhere. They are going in circles. There is no destination.
Yeah, okay.
There's no implied destination. There's not like landmarks where it's like, oh yeah, and they drove past that building, and like all of these highways look identical to the ones in the previous scenes. And this part where he's driving now looks the same as 45 seconds ago where he was. He is circling. That is his sexuality.
Yeah.
It's just the chase, and there is no destination, and there is no payoff really, except for a brief moment. One of my favorite Rodney Dangerfield quotes. I don't think from his act. I think this was something he said to a friend. He said, sometimes life makes a lot of sense, and then you come. I think that could have been the tagline for this movie.
Sure.
I told you I was going to work blue and talk about sex.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh my God. I've been positively filthy during this commentary.
It's kind of a filthy movie.
Yeah.
But of course, Cronenberg finds it oddly beautiful.
Now, a lot of Howard Shore's score is this sort of wandering electric guitar, and the score is kind of ambivalent and non-committal in the way that the film is, in terms of its refusal to place judgment on these characters and stuff like that. Like, the score mirrors that approach perfectly, but the whole score isn't like that. There are moments like this where Howard Shore goes to more traditional kind of score that he would do in another David Cronenberg movie. And I do think the scene has a very specific point in a way that a lot of it doesn't. Like, I think this is where they were at the beginning of the movie, on the balcony. He didn't come. She didn't come. She says, maybe next time, darling.
Yeah, that's true.
But their sex life has escalated drastically. And I do think there is something.
Do you think things are going to get better for them, or just continue to like they're going to continue to? If
by they're going to keep doing this until they die, then like if you think that's better, I mean, better is a judgment term, and I don't think David Cronenberg would say things get better or worse.
I guess you're right. Yeah,
these are two people. These are two people who are in a marriage together, who have a sex life together, who are on the same page out of what they want from each other. These are two people who are once again together, not drifting apart. They're running on parallel lines. Specifically, the way she says she didn't orgasm is to say that she is all right. Like, I think that's really...
Yeah. That's what he says to Holly Hunter early on, too.
Yeah.
I'm all right.
So, like, in some ways, it's like their marriage is fucking... good. Like they hit a rough patch and they navigated it, and now we have a happy couple once again. I
guess that's what Cronenberg is saying.
You could even read this as like a return to monogamy. This is Holly Hunter and Rosanna Arquette sort of pair off out elsewhere, but like these two seem to, now that Vaughn is dead, he can be an intermediary without actually physically being there, and he can sort of mitigate their relationship.
Well, the first time I saw this movie, I thought that basically they just like, well, maybe we'll die in the next crash.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess it depressed me. But
well, no, that's also depressing. In that, like there is no this will only escalate until they're both dead. There is no satisfaction.
But they are having really intimate sex here.
Right. It's passionate and it's emotional. And it is ambivalent. It is sad. It is happy. It is life affirming. It is massively depressing. It's just like one of the great images at the end of a movie.
Yeah.
And of course, like just this shot right here with the car tipped over and them having sex on the fucking ditch. It's just like, it is just such a perfect summation in a way that like most movies don't get a final image this great that like really sum up the movie that you just watched.
I think I've said this on the podcast before, but Cronenberg really knows how to end a movie, and he's always good with his running times. Like, they don't overstay their welcome.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I think Videodrome was a compromise, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he didn't necessarily want it to end that way, but it still fit and it still worked. I think he wanted more to that ending, if memory serves from reading an interview about it, but...
So that was David Cronenberg's Crash. That was me sort of explaining why I love it.
I like it more.
Yeah, I don't think I mean it's not a lovable, like huggable, it's like
no.
endearing movie. Like when people say they don't like Crash, not only do I relate because I was one of them, like I relate.
Now you've joined the cult.
Yeah. I know. I mean, this is cult following. But I understand because this is not an easy movie to love. Like you look at similar films, like for me, like Duke of Burgundy is the approachable sort of. It has sort of the transgressive thing. It has the self-consciously art house approach. It has,
but I care about them.
It's sort of it does the same thing where it creates its own world, so it sort of short circuits your ability to just feel comfortable in like, this is happening in the real place. Like it sort of builds it as a metaphor, and it makes you see the universality of their relationship, even if you aren't in an S&M relationship with a woman 20 years your junior, where you make her clean your panties in a sink full of bubbles. Like, I don't know, like you still like look at Duke of Burgundy and you go, yes, this is a movie about the struggles of trying to be with another human being, despite the fact that you're both trapped in your own heads with your own desires, and you can't anticipate.
That's a relationship.
Yeah, that's a relationship. And but that movie also has like a sense of humor and has warmer photography, and it's a little more emotive, and it's like that's a very approachable. It's in many ways a different movie than this, but that is a more approachable version of the kind of thing this is achieving.
Well, Existence has a lot more humor, a lot of more meta things going on, a really insane cast, and just really funny things going on. And to me, it's like more entertaining than most of Cronenberg's movies. And I don't know. I remember when that came out, I was just like, this is the Cronenberg I like.
Yeah.
But then, of course, he makes Spider, and that's really cold and detached and not very lovable.
That feels like a real anomaly. I haven't seen all of his movies. I haven't seen M. Butterfly.
I warmed up to that one too.
Spider.
Over time. Yeah. I don't know. So I mean, it's possible that even though this is more on the bottom of my list of Cronenberg movies, that in time it could keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like his new one looks more like Crash than anything else, so I don't know what to expect.
Yeah,
and I want to see what a Cronenberg movie in 2022 is going to be like.
Yeah,
how far is it going to go?
I didn't like A Dangerous Method. I have cooled on A History of Violence, though I think that movie's probably still good. I think Eastern Promises works like as a thriller or whatever, but it's not a movie I have a ton of passion for.
It's not very deep. No.
Yeah. I did not see Map to the Stars, but I did really like Cosmopolis.
Maps to the Stars is still my least favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like Shivers very much. I think
okay.
that's just
It's
a
okay.
movie where like the budget just fails it. It's just like
And Rabid was okay. Like, I think early on he was still struggling to find his voice, and then The Brood came and it was like, oh, that's Cronenberg.
the Criterion edition of Scanners has his first feature stereo, but I haven't seen it.
I think I might have seen that, and I can't remember it.
That's a very low budget, much more experimental.
Have
kind
you
of film
seen
than Shivers.
there's a short film that was based on J.G. Ballard's Crash that was directed by a woman, and it's a short film I'll send to you if you haven't seen it yet.
I have not.
Nightmare Angel. That's
Okay.
what it's called. And it came out in the mid-'80s?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a 30-minute version of Crash. Black and white, very indie, almost like a Jim Jarmusch movie.
All right, rank the J.G. Ballard adaptations. There's High Rise,
Ugh.
there's Empire of the Sun,
Well,
there's Crash.
Empire of the Sun's my favorite.
Yeah. Might be mine too. Crash and Empire of the Sun kind of neck and neck for me. High Rise is a real piece of trash.
I hated High Rise, to be honest. That director, I don't know if I'll ever like anything he's done.
Boy. Ben Wheatley.
Yeah, he had a
Talking
new
about
movie come
failing
out
upward.
last year, and I haven't even watched it because I'm like, I probably won't like it. So maybe I
Didn't
won't
he
see
do
it.
that like terrible Rebecca remake?
Oh, yeah, I never saw that either. Should we pause? Because I gotta hit the restroom.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
So anyway, that was David Cronenberg's Crash, and now we're going to switch over to Paul Thomas Anderson's Phantom Thread, a movie that Jim absolutely loves, and a movie that I kind of struggle with. And
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to hear from Jim about like why Phantom Thread moves him so, even if the answer is I don't know.
I have a
It's
blind love
mysterious.
for Paul Thomas Anderson. That's all
Yeah.
it comes down to. No, there's more to it than that, I would think.
So we're all going to watch Phantom Thread together and hash that out. Before we can do, you got to get your copy. There's only one cut of Phantom Thread. Mm-hmm. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to press play, and you're going to see sort of the opening company logos. You're going to see Annapurna Pictures come up. It's like that sort of degraded video feed kind of color separation kind of a thing.
It's right after the Focus Features one.
And then when Annapurna Pictures fades away to black, that's when you're going to want to pause it, because then you will be synced up with our copy. So after the words Annapurna Pictures fades away and it's just a black screen, you hit pause, you'll be synced up with our copy of Phantom Thread. So go ahead and do that now. Welcome back. All right. So now that you've paused the movie, what's going to happen is Jim is going to say 3, 2, 1, play. And when he says play, I'm going to hit play. You're going to hit play. And then Jim, I, and you, which is definitely grammatically how I should have structured that sentence. Jim, I, and you. That's one of the weirdest phrases I've ever heard. We'll all be watching Phantom Thread together.
Yeah, we'll all be players. Let's play this movie.
Absolutely.
3, 2, 1, play. This masterpiece called Phantom Thread.
It's a good title screen. Do you have a take on why it's called Phantom Thread?
It's something I've thought about in the same way. I'm like, why is it called Licorice Pizza? I don't know. You might have to turn it down. I don't know.
We'll turn it down a bit.
No, other one.
Who is she talking to?
Dr. Hardy.
Okay.
This is happening after the second time she poisons him. And the doctor has come to check in on him. Phantom Thread, I believe, might be associated mostly with the mother, as when she appears as a phantom at one point. And that's the
Certainly
thread that's
the
been
sort of
lost in his
eerie
life.
Ambient music that opens the movie makes me feel like ethereal and ghostly.
Yep. And I can't tell you, I actually get goosebumps with this music playing and this sequence, and especially once the strings start to swell and they're going up the stairs in a little bit. I saw this twice at the Music Box, and
same.
both times I just kind of went, oh my God, I'm in love with this movie already.
I think my partner got some brushes for their hair after seeing it. I think that was their big takeaway. It was like, oh man, I bet that feels good to brush your hair like that.
Yeah. The last starring role for Daniel Day-Lewis, and
Ever?
we'll see. I think he might. I don't know. This is a good high note for him to end on if he wants. Filmed in London, whereas like just the majority of Paul Thomas Anderson's work is known for being Californian, specifically L.A. But this was inspired mainly by the fact that when Paul Thomas Anderson was sick in bed with the flu, I believe, his wife, Maya Rudolph, gave him this look of like, oh, I get to take care of you now, you poor thing. And then he started, while he was in bed, watching things like Rebecca and Gaslight and The Passionate Friends by David Lean, and suddenly he's like, I think I have an idea.
This is the moment that, with the little lens flare there?
Yep.
That's beautiful.
It is.
I think Paul Thomas Anderson is driven by visuals even more than ideas. And I think like this
You are so right.
I think this staircase is just like absolute Paul Thomas Anderson. Like he's just salivating over all the things he can do with the staircase and the light coming down and the hands all going up it and stuff. So
yeah, this all excites me.
A lot of women sort of exist to serve Woodcock's needs and desires in this movie.
Very much
They
so.
all sort of exist under the lens of Woodcock. Like,
yeah.
What do you think about how these sort of older laborers sort of play a role in that?
They're kind of the behind-the-scenes crew,
right?
Just helping him out. But I mean, I imagine that they're all incredibly good at their job, and that's why they're there. And they probably get a lot of thrills out of helping to create these dresses or anything. But we don't get like a sense of their history in the same way we don't really know a whole lot about Alma either.
I definitely also don't see like a sense of thrill. I feel like this is like a very British.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to work and
this is what I do.
The satisfaction of doing the job well. And
could be I love this movie because of breakfast. I do love a good breakfast. There's a lot of emphasis on breakfast and food in this movie. It's kind of wild. And it just looks so gorgeous, like every shot.
This is my second least favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Hard Eight, I think, is just sort of a nothing. But like this movie is down there. Even with that,
is it because he's out of his comfort zone a little bit, like just like he's trying something?
I think that's definitely part of it.
Yeah, because I mean, Licorice Pizza is almost like a return to what he does best, even though I didn't fully connect with that one.
I think that regardless of that feeling, there's not a single moment in this movie that isn't absolutely gorgeous. So it was certainly, I saw this movie like 3 additional times in preparing for this commentary track.
Yeah.
It was not a great struggle. It gets a little tedious later on, and there's pretty much a moment in the movie
think
where
the movie could be 10 minutes shorter if I were to make you could have cut a little bit here and there. But it's clear that Reynolds Woodcock kind of like, I don't know, he finds these muses in these unexpected ways, and once they wear out their welcome for him, or they irk him to the point of like, you can't interrupt my breakfast. This is my routine. It's almost like he's OCD.
Well, we do get the feeling with just the sort of routine nature of the way his sister discusses dismissing this woman, despite it being like clearly a very upsetting event for her, and it clearly being just a huge sort of emotional deal for her. This is routine for these two. And we do get the feeling of we have entered this movie on a cycle. And Alma is a cycle breaker. And in that way, this movie is kind of similar to Crash. The way Crash opens on like, we have a cycle, and then the cycle is going to be shifted in a radically different direction.
By Vaughn, yeah. That's interesting. And of course, like after I saw the Mike Leigh film Another Year, I was like, oh, I just want to see Leslie Manville in more stuff, please, because she's so great.
She's very good.
Yeah,
she's very good in this too. I mean, I think her character in Another Year is much richer. But
sure, yeah.
I love Leslie Manville in this movie for sure.
Yeah.
My next question is: we see all of these women sort of hovering around Woodcock. God, this staircase is like so central to the movie, and.
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't shoot it the same way each time. Like
this house was on the market for $2 million or something. I was like, should I start a GoFundMe?
Maybe I could rob a bank. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think that he has a psychosexual relationship with his customers?
I don't think it's about sex for Reynolds. like even with Alma, I don't think they're very.
You don't think it's about? I mean, it's not about intercourse. It's not
No,
about.
there's
But it's like it's about sex, right? Like what makes you say it's not about
I mean,
sex?
there's intimacy involved, and just the act of creating these dresses. Certainly, you're exposed to these women in a way that normally you don't experience.
Well, he's
which
not
is
even dressing her, so it's not. It's
Yeah.
not. I don't mean sex in a traditional sense of intercourse, but I mean like in terms.
I mean, is he
of
getting aroused by the dress?
this kinky need? I don't even need it to be. Like this
Because
is
he's a
leading to
control
an
freak.
erection.
He's a perfectionist. He's a control freak. Like to him, this is his work of art, and it has to be perfect. And I think that's what excites him. Is just like every detail, every little thing about this has to be
so
great.
do you view him as like asexual?
Honestly, I think so.
Okay.
Because I mean,
But look at her need.
yeah.
This for her is a. She needs to be seen by him, and to like she.
Well, I
needs
think
his
the
approval.
women
She
want
needs that.
him. I mean, want him to adore
I like that
them.
little gesture he has there with his little like out. That's always a great moment.
That's a
And
great Daniel Day-Lewis touch. Yeah.
the jazz piano. This is very period appropriate.
I think it excited me that Paul Thomas Anderson was doing something like this, even if like these types of movies aren't necessarily my 100% jam.
So what would
It's
you
like,
call like these types of movies? Like when you say like this, you mean like
I mean, like an Age of Innocence, maybe like a stuffy like period piece. Like some of those don't click with me in this era of like royalty or whatever. Like, because all these people that he serves are rich.
yeah,
You know, rich British class.
yeah. This is a story of the upper class.
Yeah.
It's only the 50s. It's not that far back, but it is largely consists of people who are part of an older world, like a pre-World War II kind of world. So in some ways, it does have this feeling of a costume drama, like an Age of Innocence.
Yeah, but there's again like some other worldly element. I mean, certainly just the.
Do you think he do you think he scuffed up that mirror so you wouldn't see the reflection of the camera? In that on the right side of the
I hadn't
frame
even
there.
thought of that,
So
but
you could
yeah.
do that like nice long tracking shot of him into a mirror without having to digitally remove the camera. Because I feel
very
like
possible.
Paul Thomas Anderson would just would be so upset if he had
Yeah.
to use computers to
Yeah.
to achieve a shot like that.
And it's interesting the way we sort of framed Vaughn as like a director surrogate of some kind. I think that is a little true to some degree of Daniel Day-Lewis in this film.
Sure.
Like he's, he wants to control things and direct, make these dresses in the same way a filmmaker would want to direct a film to some degree. But his character is just like completely lost without having a mother figure in his life. Like he talks about it constantly. He's sewn his mother's hair into his sport coat too, and just like he's kind of haunted by that. And that's the phantom, I guess, of the Phantom Thread.
It's Phantom Thread, not the Phantom Thread.
Right.
I say the Phantom
Thread.
Thread every time, and it feels significant to me that there is no the.
Yeah, there's a lot of that sort of hinting of the dead and like curses. There's a little thing going on about just if you make a wedding dress or if you touch the wedding dress, then you're going to be cursed and you won't. Like that whole thing is really interesting to me, but I never understood it entirely because clearly he does get married. Like at one point he's sort of saying to Alma when they first meet, which we'll get to, is like, I'm just going to be a bachelor forever because I make wedding dresses and there's this curse going on.
Well, I mean, we entered this shot, by the way. You want to talk about nighttime photography? To me, when I walked out of Phantom Thread, the main thing I took away was this dusk shot. Not that specific shot or even this one. The one when he goes up to the gas station. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in a movie. But it is that same camera attached to the outside of the car.
He drives
here.
very fast.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to get into a car crash.
I do think that there is something that this movie shares with Crash is that these are very selfish characters and the world exists to the extent that it can serve them.
Yeah.
And that anyone who is outside of their understanding of that is automatically incorrect and not worth considering. Like fucking chic. Like the idea that even in the fashion world, anyone could ever want anything other than a woodcock dress is just repulsive to him. Like he's a profoundly selfish character.
He has a fear of possibly, I don't know, just being old. like his designs aren't going to be cool anymore for people, or people won't care about him anymore. And so but he also realizes he's in this cycle too, to some degree later in the film, and that's kind of what he sort of realizes with Alma. This is a very interesting meet cute.
What do you think? Do you think they have a relationship? Do you think they have ever seen each other before now?
No.
I disagree. I think this is a place you
okay. Well,
goes,
he's been here a lot. And
like
maybe
he's a man
seen
of
her
routine.
Before. Okay, yeah.
She's already nervous. I don't think this is her in her everyday life. I don't think there's anything else in the movie that implies that she's just like, oh, clumsy, whatever. I think she's nervous because he is, one, very attractive, but more importantly, very rich, very well known and famous.
Yeah.
She's red.
She's like blushing. Yeah. So he's been here a lot, you're saying, and they've obviously interacted before.
They had some sort of interaction. He recognizes her. I mean, that look could have just been recognizing that she's clumsy and finding it endearing or whatever, but that doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would find endearing. I think he enjoys the
he's deep in thought right now.
Her. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's thinking about breakfast. I think he's thinking about her in that moment.
I think he's thinking about power. He has power over her because she has this sort of anxiety about him, and later when he takes her order and makes her memorize, this is a power game.
Yeah. And I could see people being really uncomfortable with his selfishness and confidence in a way. Just I'm just going to make you do this thing. And
well, this scene is clearly a flirting scene between two people who are actively flirting. He doesn't take any liberties in this scene, but yeah, he's an asshole. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Whether or not you're comfortable with it, I don't think there's a reading of this film that's and Woodcock, the great man. I mean, there's definitely a reading of this film that is Woodcock, the great man, but there's not a reading of Woodcock, the good human.
Yeah. Well, I still don't understand his reaction to her making him dinner, later in the film. He's almost comically out of control in his reaction to that.
I should say I like this movie up to this point. There is a specific point in this movie where I go, whatever, and it kind of loses me and it never gets me back. But up to this point, I'm on board for sure. I like this scene a lot. I like the chemistry that they have together, which is I like watching them act together, but they very specifically never feel like they're on even footing. He shoots them in separate shots. They're not connected.
Until now. Yeah.
Well, she's serving him. You know what I mean? Again, there's still a power dynamic.
Yeah, that's true.
Where he just sort of waits expectingly. Obviously, just the shot of outside is just the light outside is absolutely gorgeous. What's the story of the no director of photography thing with this movie again?
Well, as far as I know, he basically served as his own cinematographer. But I mean, obviously had
he
people
done that before?
I don't think so.
And then has he done it since?
I think he did it with Licorice Pizza as well.
Oh, okay.
I mean, obviously he had lots of people to help him along the way and to help him choose film stocks and stuff and the lighting, of course. But I'm pretty sure he served as his own camera operator, yeah. For The Hungry Boy. It is hard to do a commentary for a movie that I really just want to watch.
do try to have an opinion.
I know. But it's I definitely work better off of somebody sometimes where it's because when I did a commentary that's available on Patreon of me doing The Rapture, there were these moments where I'm just I forgot about this moment.
Well, I want to savor it. Talk about fetishy cars. Oh, wait. You want to talk about nighttime photography driving? Mm-hmm. This shot also is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah.
And it's not naturalistic. What are those lights?
Lights, yeah, exactly.
That's not what headlights or taillights look like.
Right.
It is such a bold, sort of almost surrealist choice in a movie that is very naturalistic and not.
Yeah.
Other than like the appearance of the ghost later, there's really not anything in this movie like that moment, I don't think.
Do you understand her attraction towards him besides him being rich?
You mean
confident?
he's handsome, rich, and famous? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, that was also the
powerful?
that was the criticism sort of lobbied at, like, why is Emily Watson attracted to Adam Sandler other than like she says he's cute? You know, and it's like what creates this, you know, desire between the two
I
of
don't
them?
think Punch Drunk Love is a movie that has like super well considered, like every choice is made for a very specific reason. Punch Drunk Love feels like a sort of Rosetta Stone for me for Paul Thomas Anderson, and I just watched it like 2 days ago, and it actually ended up clarifying this movie along with some other stuff for me, which is that I think Paul Thomas Anderson's work style is extremely chaotic, and I think he makes movies that have these empty spaces that make you want to have very specific interpretations, but that's just not the way he works. And like, to me, the chaos of Punch Drunk Love is, what if this happened and then this happened because it did? Like, because that would be like a really surprising, like, it feels so seat of its pants the way it's designed and everything. But specifically, both Emily Mortimer and Adam Sandler are out of their fucking minds. Like,
They're deranged. Yeah.
Punch Drunk Love, like this is a much more recognizable, and you might even say, like, for film, a very standard dynamic, where she is aroused by his power. She is aroused by his willingness to sort of push personal boundaries and like insist that she take off makeup and like insist that she be who he wants her to be. Like, you know, it is a very, I would say, very common sort of sub-dom, you know, kind of dynamic that is in a lot of movies. I'm
not trying to like lower my opinion, but I mean, certainly listening to a podcast where, you know, a woman film critic just sort of hated this movie because of the fact that Alma is not fully developed, or she doesn't have a backstory, or she's just so willing to give in to him, you know, especially early on. It's like, he is kind of a controlling asshole. So what makes that appealing for her, you know? And I certainly didn't have like a clear yes or no answer to like, well, this is just, you know, she considers this romantic. Like, and you know, obviously she knows who he is, right?
Well,
like, I think and his gifts, and that's why she goes along with all this. But
she is an immigrant. She is an immigrant in rural England as a waitress. She probably doesn't have an exciting life. She doesn't have a glamorous life. She probably doesn't have a really steady life. She doesn't have her family here.
Yeah, even at the wedding they have, she doesn't have.
You never see her friends. You never see anything like that. Like,
yeah,
she's
a very simple dress, a very basic dress here for dinner. You know?
But meanwhile, like, what was the scene previous to this? His interaction with the woman he was dressing. Like, she wants to be seen by him. She wants to be acknowledged by him. He has, because of his taste, because of his fastidiousness, because of his reputation of being so exacting and precise, if someone like that looks at you and says, I approve of you, that is so validating, and that is like, that's a really powerful feeling to have. Everyone loves to be looked upon and desired and loved. Yeah. But like, when you are looked upon and desired by someone who doesn't love and desire anything, like, that is a much inherently that's a much more flattering thing. You know what I mean?
But I started to frame it as like, it's less of like a romantic interest on his part, and is more of like, I want to shape her into something, you know? And
I mean, that is romance for him. And again, he could be an asexual character. I would, like, you know, romance might be the incorrect word, but like, that is all of his interactions with women except for his sister, and then soon to be her. But like, his dynamic with women is, he tests them, and if they aren't his mother, then they are unworthy, and then he can do whatever he likes with them. And they are subjugated to him. And there are socially acceptable ways that happens, like the women who work for him, who are just sort of like, he passes out and tears the dress, so their nights are ruined. Like, yeah, that's just, well, look, you're going to do it, and you're going to get it out in time. Like,
so it's less of a My Fair Lady thing, where it's like, or is that who I'm thinking of? Wait,
Pygmalion, My Fair Lady.
Yeah.
I don't think he's trying to make her a better version of herself. I think he is trying to exert his power. And again, I view it as he gets off on it. But like, if you want to view it as he enjoys power for its own sake, and
I think that's true. I
think that's a fair interpretation too. But like,
he
I
seems to
totally,
be, like-
there's not a single point in this movie where I don't understand her motivation.
Okay.
For me personally, and that I'm sure that woman who said that valid points. There are plenty of women film critics who fucking love this movie too. So
it
can't be. It's not just a gendered thing.
I always like to hear different opinions.
Oh yeah, especially when it comes to gender dynamics
Yeah.
and stuff like that. There's stuff that we're just not going to be, But like, her thing makes sense. Like, he is really handsome in addition to being rich and famous. I'm sure there are a lot of rich and famous fucking people who aren't handsome, especially in the world of the British upper class with all that fucking inbreeding and stuff. That bookshelf is probably the sexiest thing in the movie to me. I fucking just talking about the production design again. I love looking at this movie.
Yeah, no, and she's fantastic in this movie.
This scene is the first instance where he begins to see that she might be more than someone he can toy with and dispose. Where she tells him, "You don't get your staring contest of me, you lose." Like, that's what he's been looking for.
Clearly by the end, for sure, he realizes that.
I think his relationship with Cyril is meant to sort of communicate to the audience what his relationship to his mother was, which is like, he served his mother. He lived his life in service to his mother. His mother was the top, he was the bottom, or whatever. Again, still, and again, these are very common Freudian concepts of sexuality or whatever. There's nothing particularly earth-shattering about that.
But even early on, they like sleep in separate bedrooms. I mean, there's one point where they do.
I think you can't limit sex to just intercourse. Like,
Yeah.
sex is a game. Sex is power. Sex is how you relate to people.
Yeah.
Even in the previous film we watched, which has a lot of intercourse, there's a lot of sex that is not that.
Right.
And I
This
do
sort
think
of sums up him too. Like, just in general, is like why he kind of doesn't want to get too close, and to some degree. And this was also a very interesting collaboration in that it wasn't all about Paul Thomas Anderson shaping this story. It was more of a collaborative effort between the two of them, Daniel Day-Lewis and Paul Thomas Anderson, to where as he's writing the screenplay, he's double checking with Daniel Day-Lewis, as opposed to like at the end of writing the writing process. Here's my script, read it. It was more of like, here's this scene. What do you think? How would you respond to this situation?
so. This is why I view this movie as sexual, because I think Daniel Day-Lewis I think Paul Thomas Anderson very specifically chooses sexually charged imagery, and her being undressed in front of him is a very, that is a very sort of sexualized dynamic. So it's not, their power isn't desexualized in the movie, even if it's implied that he doesn't have a high libido. You know what I mean? Like, these scenes are extremely horny. I wanted to ask you, so there's this movie, this sort of twisted relationship these two have. Licorice Pizza is pretty much the same thing. It's not the exact same dynamic.
There's a lot of age gaps in these movies, now that I think about it.
It's a movie, but Licorice Pizza is very specifically a movie about these two people who have this sort of push-pull, playful kind of sexual animosity towards each other, who wield power that they have in different ways towards each other. Punch Drunk Love is a very strange romance. I don't remember Magnolia. I mean, The Master, you don't necessarily need to be sexual, but you still have a very much about the power dynamic and the push-pull between those two. I don't remember any of the relationships in Inherent Vice or Magnolia enough to know if...
Well, there definitely is with Shasta and Joaquin Phoenix's character. Because, like, she's almost, like, treated like a ghost in the way that he's haunted by that love that he had for her. So where some people don't even think, like, she actually comes back, like, that she's actually already dead, which doesn't make sense to me when I've heard that. I was like, huh?
I can't say I have a real coherent take on Inherent Vice. I kind of just like every scene in it.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes how it works for me.
A lot of that supporting cast is phenomenal in that movie.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess this is sensual, and they're being intimate, and like it's enjoyable. But he does get a little clinical later on, to the point of like it clearly upsets her. To basically just say, "You have no breasts. It's my desire to give you some if I want to."
Right. Well, that's that's not, but that's still horny. That's still like him wielding power over her.
Yeah.
The power is the sex.
Okay.
I mean, to me, again, I just think, you can't necessarily conflate the sex with just like a tender, glancing touch of hand and laying fabric and stuff. It's like him testing women and him like trying to break them basically to prove that they can't equal his mother. Like, this is that scene where suddenly, this has been a very good first date. This is like the premier, like, imagine if you went on a date with like a great songwriter and like you got back to her place at like 1 a.m. and then she was just like looked at you and then she picked up a guitar and then like just started writing a song based on things you had told her during the restaurant. You'd be like, she's fucking writing a song about me. About song. The thing she does about me. Like, the idea that he's like designing like a dress around her is like one of the most flattering. Like, you must just feel absolutely incredible. And then the appearance of Cyril of just like the bucket of cold water. It's so good.
Because like her smile is completely gone now.
No, and it's like you.
Like, I thought it was about us,
and the way it was shot before, you didn't see her breasts, and now she's exposed. Like,
it's like now there's a threesome, kind of.
Well, for sure, there is a love triangle between these three.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, up to this point in the movie, I'm loving it. I'm all about Phantom Thread.
And certainly just the way all this is shot is really like the measurements and then cutting to her writing it down. It's just sublime.
Do you have a take on the frequent use of mirrors?
I hadn't really thought of that, actually.
I don't even know if it's true. It's just something I've noticed in like 4 different scenes. So, I mean, obviously, when you work in this industry, you're going to have people looking at themselves in the mirror and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. No, that would make sense.
I don't know. Maybe as we watch this film, we'll realize there isn't an inordinate amount of mirrors, and I just made that up.
And Daniel Day-Lewis actually designed dresses, apparently.
Yeah, well, that's his thing.
Yeah. He's like, I have to get as involved as possible in the process.
I personally am extremely skeptical of the artistic value of that sort of thing.
The method acting approach?
Or like you're like the thing you told me about Licorice Pizza, where it's like she really had to learn how to drive that truck backwards. It's like, why? It's the thing about Dustin Hoffman staying up all night or whatever for Marathon Man, and then Laurence Olivier being like, "Have you tried acting?"
Yeah.
I mean, like, Daniel Day-Lewis,
it's the actor's choice to do that, I guess.
Everyone is every artist, and Daniel Day-Lewis is an artist, as all actors are. Like, they, if the method works for them, they shouldn't change it up based on some, I think that sort of method acting is overblown, and people like to talk in hushed tones about people who do that, as if like that is the work of a true artist. When
every process can be different,
right?
Like, that's one way to approach it. But does that make Jared Leto a better actor by doing it? No.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's a fucking clown.
Yeah. Now, she was only in, I think, one other movie before this called The Chambermaid. And
has she been in any since?
Yeah, she was in Bergman Island.
Oh, that's right.
Old. M. Night Shyamalan's Old.
So only great films, then.
Well, one is pretty good, and one I can't stand.
See, like, again, this is like... She had a moment of feeling good, and then Cyril comes in and undercuts it. Because Cyril's threatened.
Oh, yeah.
When Cyril is so eager to dismiss these women, it's not her looking out for Woodcock's best interest. It's, she has skin in the game as well, because this is what her life is serving him. So the power that she gets in this shot, the angle of this shot, and like
the lights.
How is she standing? Like, that's so good. And especially the slow motion with this specific little piano. I don't know what you call it. That sort of recurring motif. It's just. I mean, here, if you're curious why she is attracted to him, she just spells it out for the audience in this scene.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, in his
This
eyes.
shot again, absolutely insane. Oh, this is so good looking.
It's insane.
Can you
And that
imagine
piano.
again if someone said that to you, like out of his stature of
And in that setting, it's perfect.
the light just starts to come out from behind the cloud as he says that, like.
I like that she's telling him to proceed with caution, but we don't really know why she's saying that. Like, maybe she's been severely hurt or damaged, and we don't know about her past. I wonder if that's how actors feel when they're in a Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Like, suddenly I feel perfect.
Paul Thomas Anderson, I don't know. I mean, he seems like a guy who would be very rough to work with just because he has such a specific vision and stuff. But it seems like everyone on the set except for the actors would be feeling that. And it feels like actors are beloved. Like, I don't think
that's one of his main motivations for making movies.
Yeah, I don't think you get a punch-drunk love unless you see someone who just becomes preoccupied with making Adam Sandler what he always saw Adam Sandler could be.
Yeah.
You know, like he is like, it's like I
want to shape him into my image.
Yeah, yeah. Instead of no breasts, it's like Adam Sandler, you have no dignity, but it's my job to give you some. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, or
on
just
one hand, he thought it was funny. And
there is a certain virtuosic kind of approach to like, I'm going to build this expansive LA 70s saga around two people who have not acted.
Mm-hmm. It's like she's not there all of a sudden.
Right.
Yeah.
So right now, I will say sort of my key objection to this movie is already starting to take place. I'm still enjoying this movie at this point. My key objection to this movie is there is nothing surprising about it until the very end, and that's when it's like no, that's the starting point. You got to keep going. But like this dynamic between the two of them, the idea that it's like the push pull, the hot cold, the idea that like this game between them and how she wants more than he can give her, like that you can see coming from the second that they look at each other in the restaurant. And there's nothing really that challenges that for the rest of the movie until she poisons him. And it hasn't become tedious for me at this point, but at a certain point in the movie, it becomes tedious for me. Not just in terms of like, I assume that's where the story would go, but like I've seen other movies that are like this.
Mm-hmm. Just an interesting choice of him just not wanting to be intimate with her at that moment. But then again, like this is his sex right here.
Yeah,
right?
no, exactly.
Yeah.
But no one can stand like her.
Well, she's able to like
unstoppable
assert
force
herself.
versus the immovable object.
Well, that's what I like too, to some degree. She's fully realized in just how she is in the present moment. I mean, again, we don't know much about her past, but I feel like she has this air of confidence as a result either of being in this relationship or that's just who she is, and like to the point of like, you've been toxic, so I'm going to feed you your own toxicity back to you.
I mean, we already know that a string of women, how many, we don't know exactly, but we already know from the beginning of the film, a string of women have failed this test. They are not as willful as her. Mm-hmm. They break down, and she gets upset too. She gets emotional. It's not that she doesn't express her dissatisfaction or that nothing ever bothers her, but it's like
certainly in this
they're just
moment,
not as willful and they're not as creative in how they express their will, or how they exert their will over him. So like we know that she's willful. See this like like look at her little look there.
Yeah.
She loves that she like got him upset.
I love this moment though. I think this is really funny.
You think this is funny?
I want to be buried in one of your dresses.
Oh yeah. I will say my bad first experience watching this film was packed theater 70 millimeter PTA Bros, which people expressed a disbelief that was a thing, but it's totally a thing.
I don't doubt it. It just makes me mad.
Whatever. It is what it is. I'm glad that someone has that following and can, like, no one else gets to make the kind of movies that PTA does, and he does because he has a loyal audience. So, like, you know, there are means to an end. Licorice Pizza doesn't exist if the PTA bros don't exist. So, like, I'll accept it. But every bit of rudeness, every swear word, every time the sort of gentility and the politeness like dropped, so loud. It's like people laughing, like seeing a Shakespeare play when they like have to let everyone know that they know where the jokes are, like where it's just so performative.
I wonder why he got so turned on, other than those girls coming up to him and.
Well, I was talking through the scene, unfortunately, so
okay.
I can't.
Well, now I know, assuming they.
I remember
they
like later on when she like rips the dress off of the sad drunk woman, like
they passionately kiss.
That turns him on.
Yeah.
And again, he's not asexual then, because he's dragging her up the stairs to have sex with her. So.
I think it's because she was turned on by the fact that he's so adored and loved by just these random young women.
That's another. That scene in particular feels like the taken from Paul Thomas Anderson's life. But if you're saying Daniel Day-Lewis, if you're saying Daniel Day-Lewis authored this this movie with him in some way, even if he didn't have like a screenwriting credit, like then that also could be from Daniel Day-Lewis's life.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're the greatest actor I've ever seen.
Paul Thomas Anderson is married to Maya Rudolph, so it's not like he's married to someone who isn't famous and has to like. She's not. She's probably not as beloved and respected as him, but in some circles, she's much more famous than he is.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure they go plenty of places where he sits by and everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, SNL, you were so important to me," and they don't even realize who is. And Maya Rudolph goes, "Oh, thank you very much. I'm happy. What's your name?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Emily." Like, so, it could be the other way. He could be Alma in certain circles.
He is way too much of a dick. Just like, come on.
Well, yeah. Again, it's like too much of a dick for what? To beloved him? It's like, you're not supposed to love this character. He's not I don't think that's important. This is where we have now established the rhythm that we're going to have for pretty much the rest of the movie outside of the two poisonings.
Too repetitive for you?
Scene of one of them surprising the other and like them coming closer together, immediately followed by a scene where she does something to annoy him or he does something to annoy her. And it's like, this is the whole movie. And it's a long movie. It's not a crash, in and out in 96 minutes plus credits movie.
Yeah, it's a little over 2 hours, yeah. I like how both of their faces are half lit. Use a very special Kodak film, if I'm not mistaken, that's not used regularly, I think, nowadays.
I must admit, I'm like sort of woefully uneducated when it comes to the technical details of filmmaking, so.
Yeah, that's something I wouldn't mind looking into further.
So we do talk about the war. We do talk about rescuing from
hints.
the war.
Yeah, there's little hints there. Yeah, this sequence reminds me of The Master with Joaquin Phoenix taking pictures. Just like going, oh my God, the lighting, everything is so perfect about these shots. They're so amazing. It's interesting, though, because former guest who was on the Todd Haynes episode, Sharon, she absolutely loves everything about The Master and is very indifferent to this one.
Yeah.
So I think it's like...
Has she...
We haven't had like a full conversation about it to actually go deep into it, but I just find that interesting because The Master was one of the first Paul Thomas Anderson movies, especially on first viewing. I was like, I didn't entirely get that. Or I at least didn't connect with everything about it either.
when I first saw The Master, I was definitely in everything I don't understand about Paul Thomas Anderson movies is him being too smart for me kind of approach, and I no longer feel that way.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's.
See, we had the moment of her like feeling beautiful and in the dress and the idyllic sort of photo shoot thing, and then you get
him being cold again.
Yeah.
But here comes Cyril to the rescue.
and then Cyril comes in and goes, "Bitch, you don't know." Like that's like
I know what he needs.
We've had half a dozen scenes like this already in the movie,
But you gotta love this sequence. Oh, it's so beautifully shot. I mean, I guess that's what it comes down to for a lot of the movie.
Yeah.
Is just, I'm in awe of just it on a technical level and how it looks and how it feels. And
yeah, I think as an aesthetic experience, it's kind of hard to argue.
Yeah.
It's just,
the dresses she wears and just the choice to follow her and then him looking through the keyhole is total Hitchcock.
Is that Hitchcock?
Well, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe it's just just that choice, I guess, always makes me think of, that's the first thing I learned when I studied film in high school.
That shot that
the voyeuristic thing.
That shot that we just watched to me is that is to me like one of the key things about this movie is that it's like, I think Paul Thomas Anderson gets really energized and excited at the idea of she starts in this room, she walks through the hallway, she ends up in that room. We follow her the whole time. The lighting shifts. We don't even know exactly where she is until she's in the room in front of everybody. Like
she really likes that he's watching her.
Yeah, but it's just to me, I think it's more about the camera work than it is about the dynamic between the characters. I think obviously Paul Thomas Anderson is a much more gifted visualist than David Cronenberg, but I do think every visual choice made in Crash is driven by the characters and their relationships to the world and each other. And I do think a lot of this movie is driven by Paul Thomas Anderson just getting really excited at the idea of like, he's down there and she's up on the stairs and he's looking up at her and knows that this is going to go bad. And
that excites me too. Yeah. So it works on multiple levels then. Like when I watch one of his movies and I go, oh, that's such a beautiful moment or shot or choice.
Yeah. So to me, that is why I almost always prefer the funny Paul Thomas Anderson movies to the not funny ones. And again, the PTA bros loud guffawing aside, there are plenty of people who find this a very funny movie. I'm not one of them.
It's
to me, if a movie is funny, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it works or not, or if it fits the characters or not. I'm just enjoying the whole movie because it's funny. Like Punch Drunk Love is fucking hilarious. It doesn't need to have a deeper meaning. But like when Barry goes in and he's wearing the suit, and then the next day Luis Guzman's wearing a suit, it's just so funny. It's just, and it doesn't need to be like, because that character represents. It's like, no, it's just a really funny, amusing touch. And Inherent Vice is full of just like, that scene is a hoot and a half. And the fact that this whole movie doesn't really work as a exploration of really anything at all, for me, like, doesn't matter because I'm just really enjoying the whole thing. This movie I don't find funny, and the humor.
There's moments I think are very funny.
I think humor is a good way to bind a chaotic film because chaos is very productive for comedy, and I think it's very unproductive in this film.
I think, in an interview, Paul Thomas Anderson mentioned like the sort of mental, emotional crash that you have after you've made a movie.
Sure.
And you kind of fall into this slump, this depression of like, what should I do now?
That's the best moment in Purple Rain. Is at the end when the kid does the concert, he just like runs outside and he's like basically near tears in the alley, and he just has this moment where he's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And then he hears them cheering his name, and he's like, "Okay, no, I'm back. All right." And then he goes and he does. I think I Would Die for You.
Yeah. There have been times where I've hung out with friends or I do a podcast, and then afterwards I'm like, I'm sad now.
Well, I mean, my podcast is nothing but like just hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of preparation and stuff like that. And because I don't construct my commentaries, I do them live. I don't like construct them bit by bit the way a lot of like professional ones do. Like it is I'm building up to the day of the performance. Here's my performance.
Yeah, it's like a stand-up
That's the
routine.
best performance I'm going to get. It's taken. It's locked. I release it. I'm massively depressed. What a fucking waste of energy. This is all garbage. I never did anything useful. Blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah. I totally relate to this.
Yeah.
Do you remember Kanji? Not Kanji, Manji?
Manji, yeah, we watched that. I forgot about it. I should watch that again sometime.
That movie rules. I forget the name of the director, Japanese director who did like Blind Beast. Also,
that was another birthday gift. I remember, like
a long time ago. Yeah. But specifically, that's framed by the main character going to a psychiatrist and telling the story.
Yeah,
and that was what made me connect. Also, that's like a movie about a psychosexual power dynamic and love triangle sort of a thing. But
people always laugh at this line coming up.
It's a good line. I don't think it's particularly funny, but it's a good line. Like it's a good moment of inspiration.
And now she's like, I have to get some mushrooms here, and I don't know where her idea to essentially just poison him is really interesting to me, because like there's that whole unfortunate psychological condition, where Munchausen by proxy, where it's like, I got to keep this person sick so they'll depend on me.
Yeah.
Really,
I think that is what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's not a keep the person sick. It's a when he steps out of line, this is how I put him in check. But yeah, same thing. Buta. So I do think this part of the movie is like starting to get
a little slumpy, but maybe that's
movie has not lost me yet.
Yeah,
I have a beer in front of me. I'm going to crack the beer open at the moment where.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Yeah,
I wonder when it is. It's probably the dinner scene. That's my guess. Oh, it's now. Okay.
I think I got to remember if this is. Music's great though.
Oh, Johnny Greenwood. Who knew?
Someone. I mean,
I don't know. It's like
he's only part of the most acclaimed rock band of all time.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
It's interesting to me that John Bryan's kind of like disappeared.
Yeah.
Like he's not doing Paul Thomas Anderson movies anymore, and I certainly haven't heard of him in a long time.
Isn't he still producing like records and stuff?
I would think he's still involved with music. It's just
I do like the introduction of this scene. You don't even realize he's in the room.
Yeah.
You think that she's talking to Alma, and it's like, of course she's not talking to Alma. Why would she invite Alma to her wedding?
Mm-hmm.
I do that shift of like where they stand. It's like they're equals staring at each other, and then it's like, no, you have been put in your place. These two are talking as if Alma doesn't exist. Like that's a good little flip there. That's a well constructed scene. It's expositional, which like this movie doesn't have a lot of exposition. It doesn't need a lot of exposition, but like slipping the exposition in a scene like this, where you also are getting that little great character moment, I think that's really good.
Here we have the great Harriet Sansom Harris.
Who's that?
Very memorable in Licorice Pizza as the talent agent.
Oh, right. Yeah, she's great in that.
Yeah.
I forgot.
She's great in this too. I think I forgot to write down the name, but this character that she plays, Barbara Rose, is inspired by a real life person.
Okay.
And I can't remember who that is, but basically she had like 7 husbands and was never happy with herself.
So you want to talk about a part of the movie? Like I was already starting to be like, I don't know about this. You want to talk about like an audience really turning me off of a movie? Oh man, did the audience of this movie hate this fat woman? Or they were just like laughing at her the whole, like every single moment. Like she's a really sad character.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And the audience was fully behind Woodcock and Alma this entire part, which is like, I like that Woodcock and Alma are pieces of shit. Like I think that just functions well to again put a little bit of separation, hypothetically, between the audience and them, and like let them think more objectively about these characters because they are just being so relentlessly cruel. And in fact, that their sex is built around this cruelty. Like that is the thing they share.
Yeah, I think that's
him getting annoyed at her, and her like barely holding it together about her self-loathing. Like they thought it was so funny. And again, it's not necessarily
her
even
facial reactions, I guess, can be considered.
Well, no,
funny.
it's just anything that is not polite and upset. They just took it as an indication that this is where I'm supposed to be laughing because this means I appreciate Paul Thomas Anderson. And it's a performative thing.
Yeah.
And it's very irritating.
I remember feeling a little uncomfortable in the first screening of this where people laughed at things that I didn't think were funny. And this might have been one of those.
Yeah. She's very good. Undeniably. I didn't realize this was the same actor. Is she British or American?
I think she's American.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here we get the clearest indication of Alma's backstory. It's like a blink and you miss it moment.
She looks very angry.
Well, I think she sees that she's upsetting Woodcock, and she is.
Oh, yeah.
But she's also like concocting a plan in terms of like this is Cyril is insisting that he have dealings with her.
It's sincerity.
See, there we go. Her real little reaction to Jews, visas. So she's concocting a plan. Like she just sees an opportunity to like use her as leverage against Cyril to.
Oh.
Like Cyril's the one who's making him go to this wedding, so she can be the good guy.
Yeah.
That's like
interesting.
That's what's going on here.
Yeah, I guess people find this moment really funny, but
right, exactly. It's
sad.
And the music is not like playing it for laugh. Like
it's she's just an incredibly sad human being.
But it's again, I like this. I like that they're cool because I think it's like this is an indication of we already knew that Woodcock is a piece of shit who doesn't really care about anyone other than himself. But like we see how willful Alma is and what lengths she will go to get what she wants by seeing her. We have not really seen her be
so they are a good
or,
couple together. Then that's kind of what it ultimately comes down to.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like this is, but it's like they're a good couple not because she brings out the best in him, but because he brings out the worst in her. See, she's being manipulative right now.
Yeah,
I don't think she's upset. I think that whole previous scene existed so we could watch her concoct this performance.
Oh, yeah. I guess I never framed it that way. I always took it at face value, but yeah, maybe.
Because when he was upset after the fashion show, she's like, "I'll drive." Like that was an opportunity for her.
Yeah.
To become the mother, which she has already grokked. Like that is the dynamic where I have power.
Right.
Is where he's a fussy baby and I get to be the mother. Mm-hmm. And now he's being a fussy baby, so she takes advantage of the opportunity.
Right. Yeah, and that's where it all started for Paul Thomas Anderson. Is like, oh, I'm being a fussy baby, but this amazing woman is taking care of me, and that feels good. But it's like he was watching these movies too, where there was these manipulative dynamics and things going on, and even Poison, from one movie.
We're just watching the movie at this point, but sorry about that.
I know this whole moment is it's uncomfortable, but
yeah.
You know.
And again, this whole thing like just uproarious laughter in the theater, and that's why I saw it a second time because I even at the time recognized like, all right, that was a bad audience. Like those people, like fuck those people.
Yeah.
And so, but even the second time, I still found my main problem with it being like it's pretty predictable and unsurprising and repetitive. Mm-hmm. But at this point, the repetition has not bothered me.
Yeah, I guess it never does for me.
I do find their dynamic compelling, and even if it's still a little loop, I think Paul Thomas Anderson has consistently found each way to make scene work. Like this little like sanctimonious reaction. Like she's not part of the House of Woodcock. No one knows who the fuck she is. Like later on in the movie, someone's like, "Who are you?" And she's like, "I live here." Like,
right.
Like that sanctimony is totally for the benefit of him. And the fact that
he loves that.
And the fact that they have this like little meet cute in front of the shop window after this like act of cruelty is like such a great moment. It's like it is something like out of David Cronenberg's Crash, like the
the shared collective experience of
Right.
like, yeah.
Or even
we
just like the callousness of the photo shoot at the traffic accident. You know, it's like it's that thing where it's like kind of shocking and upsetting unless you're a piece of shit who just like goes, yeah, fuck her. But
he doesn't say
whatever.
it back though.
No, see, and again, like they're hot and then they're cold.
Yeah.
She's feeling good about what happened, and now she's outside again. It's her him at 0.
Yeah. I think it's basically everything. I mean, like certainly these actors, the cinematography, the music, all of it sort of carries me through it.
Yeah.
Even if it's a little repetitive, I can understand that. Now I want some breakfast.
What do you think she's thinking right now?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I think she feels detached from him and misses that, intimacy they experienced last night. So maybe she realizes, like, oh, I have to engage in cruel acts to keep him engaged with
So
me.
you're reading guilt.
Yeah, to some degree. Yeah, I can see
That's
that.
funny. Not at all. I don't think Alma. I think Alma is going to get what she wants, however she's going to get it, and I don't think she is a good
Well,
person.
I think this whole moment too is like, I feel threatened. The princess that shows up. Like,
Sure, yeah, and look, she's just like one of a line of women, but like he was being sweet to her. Like he made sure to like look up and go, "Do you want some porridge?" Like he doesn't even acknowledge she exists, or most of the time at breakfast or whatever.
It's almost like an audition scene between director and actor. It's like, how would you want me to play this scene? Yeah, again, she's a little lost here. Like she feels like, she's getting all the attention. I need to get back to that somehow. And she's like, in this moment, she's like, I matter. Listen, I live here,
I want to wish you good fortune for your wedding. Thank you. Remember Alma. Lovely to meet you, Alma. I live here.
strange things to say, and then suddenly just walk away.
I mean, I think
there are all those moments, like in some of his movies, where I'm like, oh, that's a weird thing to say.
Well, that makes sense to me. It's because she was treated like she was a servant.
Yeah.
And I'm not a servant, is what she was saying in that moment.
And so now she's thinking to herself, well, how can I be appreciated again? What? Like her decision to make dinner for him?
The second she says this, you know exactly how it's going to go. There's not a single shred of suspense or tension. You instantly know how this is going to go. There's no version of this movie in any universe where she makes him dinner in a scene and then the scene ends up being that he loves dinner and then that's how the movie proceeds. We've only seen...
Well, even Cyril knows it.
Right. And yet, this sequence is so dragged out.
I enjoy watching those two actors together in that scene. I think some of it might have been improvised too, like they're just going off the cuff together, like they're trying to be a bickering couple in that moment. Because it's never about asparagus when you're in an argument with somebody; it's about something else, So I think that I enjoyed watching that scene play out.
But it's like, it's not new information.
I don't know if,
it's the same thing that we've seen.
Right. I wouldn't say it's adding more to the story or the characters necessarily. I think
But like when you think about like the pace of this movie, you know, we're really clipping along. It's like a lot of brief scenes and everything. And then the movie really stops and showcases this sequence.
Yeah.
Why do you think this scene is important?
I guess to emphasize like the fact that she wants to have control, or at least allow for a romantic gesture. Even like it's surprising to me that she doesn't know, that how this is going to turn out. But I think her actually making the effort to try is something that she's willing to do. And I mean, at the same time, maybe it's not exciting for us because we do know what's going to happen. We do know how he's going to react to things. But he certainly has like very strange and comical reactions, like the whole "Are you a spy? Are you here to?" Like, I find that funny. You know, I was like, "Do you have a gun?" Like, just that whole, like, some of his responses in this scene are really, I don't know, odd to me.
Best part of this scene is this shot coming up
of him walking up the stairs.
No, of him looking up.
Yeah.
At her. And just him, not only does the audience know, he knows exactly how the rest of the night's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
There is this resigned...
Again, doesn't say it back.
That shot of him looking up.
Yeah. Maybe she's just a little stubborn. Like, she actually thinks, like, maybe I can try and break him out of this cycle of control by doing this. You know? I mean, I think we know that's not going to work, but maybe she thinks she
like
can.
And then when she realizes when he lowers his head and his eyes go into the dark, and you know exactly, but it's like he's hot. You see a little twitch of the face or whatever. That shot is fucking incredible. I think, what if this was sequenced in a way that this came before the wedding dress scene, such that like this failing leads to her taking cruelty, because we already know what works, because she just did it, and now she's doing something that isn't like she has already learned and slotted herself into the dynamic and understands.
That's a good point. Like,
and now we have this sequence where it's like she has amnesia about the man that she has been living with for however long. Like, it's not like he hides who he is. It's not like he seems like such a nice guy until this sequence. Like, this is the most predictable reaction.
Yeah. But maybe she thinks that, to some degree, like, this could work?
Well, no, she clearly does, but I'm just saying, like, I think that's poor writing. I don't believe that the character would. I mean, that's how it's written, but...
Yeah. He's coming to dinner in pajamas and, like, a little sport coat. It's clearly he doesn't care. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, some people, you know, like, let's say you had a really bad day, but... you know, your partner has made you this amazing meal or something, you still act like, oh, well, that was nice. Thank you for doing this. You know, I mean, most people would act that way, but he certainly doesn't.
Right, but you wouldn't think he would act that way if you had spent any time with him. You know, it's a good scene. You know, it's a good scene in a movie that is that dynamic. Patterson, when he's eating her terrible food and he's just like drinking all that water.
Yeah.
That scene's so good. Anyway.
First, I thought you said Paddington. But
Paddington.
Yeah.
The marmalade. Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
I like some marmalade. I like a jam sandwich.
Yeah.
I'd like to see my parents in the jungle.
Not strawberry. Strawberry. I mean, this is like this. Also, the scene where you like think, why is she sticking around with this asshole if he's gonna act like this? Maybe that's supposed to be interesting, like just the fact that she is sticking around. I mean, is it unconditional love? Like, there are some people that stay with assholes just because they love them,
and also
blindly.
It's like, this is 1950s England, and she is an immigrant without a lot of money. Like, it's not like she has some great other life and all these other opportunities that, in much more lenient circumstances, a lot of people, like forget men, women, like a lot of people, try to make it work because the unknown of leaving it behind and starting something new is scary and stuff. So that makes sense to me that she doesn't leave. Obviously there is something there that can work. She has already experienced the peak of what she can experience in terms of him looking at her adoringly and all of that stuff. So she doesn't want to leave all that behind.
Yeah. Maybe this is an indulgent moment for Paul Thomas Anderson to just be like, I just want to watch these two actors go at it.
Yeah.
And I'd be the same way.
Sure. I think that's the best I think that's the best interpretation yet, is that Paul Thomas Anderson never figured out a good reason for this to exist, but just wanted to have a knockdown, drag out confrontation, so he did it.
Yeah. I mean, again, I remember certainly in two instances with when I appeared on the Cinecast with Matt Gamble, he would tear Paul Thomas Anderson apart for choices like that.
That was why Punch Drunk Love was so illuminating to me, because I was just like, oh, he's just chaotic. He just does things because something compels him. He's going to do that thing where the camera pushes into Mark Wahlberg's face and Mark Wahlberg gets kind of catatonic. Because
that's
the idea,
so good.
Well, the idea strikes him and he's like, this is exciting. I'm going to follow it. I don't necessarily have a reason. And I think I don't necessarily have a reason works really well in movies that are purposefully shaggy and funny and surprising in the way that movies like Licorice Pizza and Boogie Nights and Inherent Vice are. Yeah. I think it works way less in very austere movies that are more serious and that are hinting at some grander ambition. The way that, especially The Master, but to an extent, this film does.
Yeah.
This is the longest scene in the movie.
It is.
So far.
Yeah.
It might be the longest scene in the movie, period, but it's certainly the longest scene in the movie.
It feels like it, yeah.
It's very predictable of you. Don't act so tough. I know you are not. That's right. If I don't protect myself, somebody will come in the middle of the night and take over my corner of the room and ask me about their fucking asparagus.
So when you go I think this is a funny movie, you do think his specific
some of the things
he
says are ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's laugh out loud hysterical, but just why would you say that? It's so stupid.
Yeah. That's the one bit that actually digs into his character a little bit, which is he is a coward. He has never broken up with a woman.
Yeah, he's spineless.
He will say whatever the fuck is on his mind, but he is a coward.
Yeah.
And the rules of polite society, especially in the world of the upper class and everything, mean that he doesn't ever get called out directly because it is that sort of British civility sort of a thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't get confronted like this, so he just sort of shuts down and then starts being a child because...
Yeah, I don't know how young he was when his mother died, but maybe it's just this... he doesn't know social cues. He certainly doesn't know how to act properly in a relationship, so this is how he basically regresses back to being a child and having these...
Yeah, for sure.
Ridiculous reactions to things.
That's the funniest part of the scene to me.
Yeah.
See, he needs it to be her that chooses to leave because he can't do that. He's
not very assertive in that way. He's just kind of being an asshole as a defense mechanism.
I think he's just scared. I think he is just a scared little boy and he needs things to happen to him so it's not his fault and he doesn't have to confront who he is. So he needs Cyril to do it and then he needs to sort of look away as if he didn't even realize that she did it and not,
Yeah. And then he needs to be poisoned, I guess. Which is just so strange. When we get to that moment, it's just...
I mean, we're getting there, right?
Yeah.
Isn't this...
It's, yeah.
So to me, this is like, I really didn't like that last sequence. It's like so long and so like just foregone conclusion. But like, if that's what gets us to the part of the movie that's interesting, which is the poisoning, then I'm like, all right, okay, cool, let's do it.
Yeah.
The issue is nothing develops past this moment of the film. I mean, other than him, at this point, he
doesn't know what
right. At this point, he slips it into she slips it into his tea. So she is poisoning him unknowingly. Mm-hmm. And then the difference that happens at the end of the movie is that he knowingly takes it. He understands that he needs discipline. He needs his mommy to punish him.
Yep.
And that's how it's going to happen. That is the only development that happens in the next, however, I mean, how do you see how much of the movie is left? Hit the button on this remote.
I think I'm hitting the right one. Yes? No? Oh, wait.
Oh, that's right, because it's not a Blu-ray. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Well, you can do it?
I think there's another way to do it.
All right, hold on. We got a little Apple TV remote here. Oh, dear.
57 minutes.
So we have an hour left, and one thing is going to happen. Or two things are going to happen. He's going to be poisoned once. He's going to be poisoned again.
Yeah.
So that is my main objection to this film.
Okay. Which I can accept and understand.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes when I'm just along for the ride,
it
doesn't feel tedious.
I think another thing is that I find 70s LA like just a really fucking cool vibe to hang out in. I find 1990s LA or, the LA of Punch Drunk Love, which is 03 LA. Like, I find that just like a really cool setting that I really enjoy in. I don't find this world particularly, like, the cinematography itself is beautiful. I'm not really energized by the fashions and the art design and stuff of this.
Well, that makes complete sense, and that's,
So, like, I don't really just vibe hanging out in this movie the way I just vibe hanging out in Inherent Vice.
I think The Age of Innocence might be another example of me just being amazed by the technical wizardry of Scorsese.
I got to see Age of Innocence again. I really didn't like it the first time I watched it, but it was also one of those things where literally every single scene, I couldn't even figure out why anything was happening or like what was compelling. I found it so inert that it was just clearly an example of me not getting it as opposed to this movie where I have a pretty clear idea of why I don't like it. So Age of Innocence,
I don't
just
even
see again.
strongly love movies that would take place in this time and place necessarily.
Or
and
certainly not like if this was a lower class, like I actually really love post-war England, but lower class post-war England I find fascinating. Yeah. This world, might as well be 19th century.
Yeah. But it's interesting to me when there's outliers or moments like I thought for sure I'm not going to enjoy The Green Knight because it's a fantasy kind of a story, or even The Northman. I was like, I don't know. But then the directors do something interesting with it. That's kind of what I wind up gravitating towards is the overall effect of what the director is doing and not necessarily making it conventional.
So for you, this movie being an outlier, is it purely just the level of craft in the cinematography and acting?
I think so.
There's not a specific choice he makes in terms of like this movie takes a left.
There's no
everywhere
frogs
else
falling
takes a
out
right.
of the sky, but
it's just that it is exceedingly beautiful and well acted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a huge reason. I mean, certainly the big reveal towards the end, I see it and I do get goosebumps, and I can't explain why. It just like maybe all the elements are coming together in a way with that surprise of like, oh, he's okay with this. All right. I don't know. Like, to me, even when I first saw him, like, holy shit, that's weird. And sometimes, like a director, my second favorite director is David Lynch. And how many times do I watch his movies and go, holy shit, what a weird choice to do that.
Yeah.
And to me, like, maybe that just is enough to get me excited.
Yeah. For sure.
Like, even if the choices don't always make sense, I don't understand the David Bowie thing in Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, but I just find it fascinating that he decides to do that.
Yeah.
And I think, like, there's an emotional core, especially when, his mother appears soon, and that does get to me a little bit.
like on a personal level.
Yeah. You know, just like, oh, what if my dad appeared and if I was dying of mushrooms, you know? Like, I'm able to, like, recontextualize things sometimes like that. But...
So you told me the actual origin of this movie, which is Paul Thomas Anderson being sick and Maya Rudolph taking care of him or whatever. If you told me the origin of this movie was that Paul Thomas Anderson was in a house that had this exact staircase and he's like, I got to make a movie about a staircase, I would believe you. I think that I don't know why, but for me, that fucking staircase that we even see now in the background of this room is like, that is the movie.
Mm-hmm. I think some people find this funny, like she's just refusing to believe what's happening.
Yeah. That's a funny moment.
Yeah.
What was the moment I saw in I was in a hotel room and there No Country for Old Men was on. The woman who runs the motel, she died recently.
Oh yeah, I think I heard about that.
But there's that little moment where she's like, but it's got a double bed. And then it immediately cuts to the next scene. Where's the shoe polish from? From a shoe? Cut. The next scene, very funny.
Yeah, like just there's out of left field choices that some directors make that I guess, I don't know, for one reason or another, I find funny or interesting or just unusual.
Well, that's the thing I'm talking about with like Paul Thomas Anderson's like chaotic nature is that like, I think he's very good at those moments.
I turned into a PTA bro with Magnolia when the frogs fell out of the sky in the theater. Like I literally, like it was a very similar to the 25th Hour response I had when I saw Spike Lee's montage, where I just went, I can't control it. I love it. I don't know why I'm responding this way. I have to let it out.
I think if there's ever been animosity between me and you, it is driven by my jealousy of your ability to feel that strongly. Which I do not. I never once in a movie theater have felt the urge to stand up and cheer. And I saw, like, I've had some fucking incredible movie experiences. Like, I just do not experience pleasure on that level.
Well, I think you articulated very well any opinion that you have on a movie. Sometimes I'm more just like, I just feel it and I don't know why. You know, and that's... I certainly admire your ability to do full-length commentaries and you know, make them articulate and interesting.
Oh, thank you.
I couldn't do this alone. As much as I love a movie, you know.
I think this is another, like the dinner sequence, is a thing for me where the second she puts the mushrooms in the tea, you've already seen the dynamic of her like mothering him and stuff. Mm-hmm. You already know where everything's going, and this is another very long sequence. And it's a more interesting one, but it's still just like a foregone conclusion that takes 13 minutes, which is a rough cinematic sell for me. And I think maybe it's possible that I overvalue. I mean, overvalue implies there's like an absolute correct choice, and there's no wrong way to enjoy movies or whatever. So I'm not saying I do it incorrectly, but like differently than you, I really value surprise and novelty.
Sure. But there wasn't a lot of surprise in Licorice Pizza for me. Like, it was pretty straightforward. Like, it was... I wouldn't say it's like his Dazed and Confused. Like
I never knew what the next scene in Licorice Pizza was going to be. I could there's not a single scene in that movie where I could tell you what's going to happen next. That movie is so chaotic.
The Bradley Cooper moment, for sure.
Like, I thought for sure that was going to be a blow. Like, the idea that Bradley Cooper just walks by them and that there is no pet, like, that to me was so surprising. Like, that whole movie, I never could tell you what's going to happen next. Mm. I mean, it's certainly like Punch Drunk Love and Inherent Vice are like the sort of kings of the just like Paul Thomas Anderson is. I mean,
unhinged.
Maybe actually, I think Inherent Vice might not even apply. I haven't read the book, but like maybe if you've read the book, you'd be like, he's just following the book. It's not.
Yeah, I don't think that's true from what I know. But,
oh no.
Yeah, I mean, like I think he tries to be faithful, but he does his own weird stuff.
Okay.
He interjects a lot of his own things, like the.
I mean,
the emphasis on the relationship, I think, was something that wasn't as strongly in the book as it is in the movie.
Personally, my hatred of There Will Be Blood comes from the fact that I'm a big fan of Upton Sinclair's Oil, and it's just not faithful. It's just like, you did a bad job adapting this book, Paul Thomas Anderson.
Yeah.
No. Joking. That
was an interesting movie for me at the time too, just because like I'm waiting for the frogs falling out of the sky, and then I guess the ending is just
the ending is that I think this sequence I really like.
I think like the
lot,
car wash sequence. There's not a whole lot of dialogue to go with.
And
it.
I mean, the music is great, but I especially love the work that specifically the women who work for him. Like just undoing this and like actually like making it work and fixing the wedding dress and all that. Like there is a lot of this movie that can be read as, and I don't know if Paul Thomas Anderson is the nicest guy in the world on the set or if he's a fucking terror. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a terror just because he's so specific, but like whatever. I'm not making any kind of moral judgment about that. But like there's a lot about this movie that is a little distasteful great man sort of like
but
stuff.
all these women are supporting him, and like
right,
like,
and I think that undoes the fact that this sequence really undoes the myth of like he is the auteur of these dresses, and it's like
that's what I thought. There's certainly people who've written things or said things like it's actually like idolizing him and a celebration of toxic masculinity or something, and I'm like, I don't see that, but hey, I guess I don't know. Maybe you're right in that. Like, we don't need the sequence of the doctor showing up because he doesn't really serve any purpose. I mean, it's really just like their dynamic, Cyril and Alma's dynamic.
Right. The doctor exists the same way that the drunk woman in the wedding dress exists, which is like Cyril is more conservative and is just like, you have to do this thing because that's the way these things are done. And Alma is not part of this world, and she is not bound by those codes of ethics and stuff like that. And she is, also she doesn't want to get caught. she is scared of getting caught at this moment. So this is the part where it at least gets a little bit interesting because there's the potential that the first time you see it, that like he's like, oh, he's been poisoned by mushrooms, and then it's like, well, who prepared his food?
You're right. She is fueled by her paranoia a little bit here. Like, just, oh no, what if I get caught? Yeah.
But especially when he tells the doctor to fuck off, she's like, good, that's the leverage I need. Now I can play good cop and Cyril is bad cop, and then I get his attention.
Right. I read another interview where somebody pointed out the doctor looks like Philip Seymour Hoffman. I don't see that. Like, what? I don't even know what that would mean.
Yeah, like that's a very
movie.
Look. That's the thing about Paul Thomas Anderson, and I honestly think that's less true of this movie than like something like The Master or Inherent Vice or Punch Drunk Love or Magnolia or whatever. But like the thing about Paul Thomas Anderson is because everything isn't neatly this exists there because of this. Like these aren't like super articulated. Everything has its place and purpose. There is that chaotic nature. There's a lot of space for people to bring their own interpretation to it.
Yeah,
and I think that is why people get so much out of his movies, and I think that's like a valid artistic approach. I'm not like trying to say the Emperor necessarily has no clothes, even though often the result is these movies don't do anything for me because I'm waiting to hear what he thinks, and he never wraps it up. But like I think a lot of people like to watch movies and slip their, and I say a lot of people as if I never do this, which is of course I do this, but like they want to slip their pet predilections and interests into the meaning of a film they watch that speaks to them.
Yeah.
And Paul Thomas Anderson will let you do that. If you are only interested in the nature of like capital and religion, like you will absolutely see things that aren't there, and There Will Be Blood, because there's a lot of empty space for you to draw, whatever. So
we all bring ourselves to each movie viewing experience to the point of projecting sometimes. And
at this point, it's an aesthetic choice. It's like at this point, it's like that's Paul Thomas Anderson's thing, is creating these little
and that's why I go
pockets
back to,
where you get to put yourself in, and you get to sort of just contemplate what's happening.
Yeah, and it's like I even thought, do I really need to see Mulholland Drive for like the 10th time? But at the Lynch thing, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of do, because I keep going back to it in a way that's like I want to make sure I understand every little thing in a way. Like it could be obsession or like a compulsion, but there's also like a pleasure in doing that. And I think that's why we do what we do and watch movies or revisit movies, because we're like, maybe there are, pieces to the puzzle that actually make it, or elevate it. And I think your argument, or at least what you said in the past, is that I think you feel that maybe people elevate him too highly as like this amazing storyteller. I've always kind of felt, I don't know if he is the greatest storyteller, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because everything else seems to fire on all cylinders for me for the most part.
Sure. I'm not going to call
there
Simon Liang a great dramaturgist, but his movies really speak to me. And when I watch something like The Hole, there's a lot of fucking space where I can fill in the blanks and put my own intentions in there. Tropical Malady is an incredible film, and every time I watch that movie, I spend about 60% of my energy actually watching and paying attention to the movie, and about 40% of my energy daydreaming and I think
that's his intention.
Yeah, exactly. It's a choice. He makes movies that are designed this way so the audience can do this. And I was talking about like with Crash, like the way David Cronenberg slows the pace so that you have time to think about how this, resonates with your own life and things like that. Like these are all acceptable aesthetic choices. For me, frequently David Lynch, and often Paul Thomas Anderson, I do not get that feeling. I don't know what makes something evocative or not evocative, but never cursed.
Never cursed.
I always, for some reason in my head, and I don't really have a good argument for it, and for some reason in my head, this is Phantom Thread. The message that he, which is like, it's not even like, because he does, it's not exclusively like embroidered messages that he slips into the linings of dresses and stuff. It's also, he says coins, locks of hair or whatever. But like in my head, whenever I think of Phantom Thread, I think of the things that are hidden in the lining. And I think there's a meta angle to that of like how Paul Thomas Anderson is, not stating what the films are about.
Well, it's interesting that we cut from the Never Cursed reveal to this, where there's an actual phantom of sorts.
This is the only sequence in this movie that's like this. I say that
reality.
It breaks reality if you're a skeptic who doesn't believe in ghosts. But if you believe in ghosts, then it's just, and then a ghost appears because ghosts exist.
Yeah.
I don't believe in life after death, but like, I don't know. It's not necessarily, especially considering
he could be hallucinating
the beliefs of Woodcock. He could be hallucinating, though. I think even putting a hallucination on screen is a choice of breaking the objective eye of the camera. But like also there could objectively be a ghost there because this is a world where ghosts exist. I like when you have a character that has been talked about a lot and has been a presence but hasn't actually been in the film. Mm-hmm. And then when you finally see their face, they're not what you're expecting.
Yeah. She looks exactly like she did in the picture.
But you don't really get a close-up of the picture. Like, she's in the same pose and the dress, but I don't think you really see her face that well in that picture. I could be wrong.
I think so.
I could be wrong.
But she's just like hanging out there, and it's interesting that...
And then this again is like, it's a little on the nose.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, for her to appear and then the ghost disappears as she's around now. Ooh.
We're just watching the movie. It's a long sequence where this has been going on for the pace of the film previous is, and immediately after this speeds up again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think for the rest of the movie we get a sequence this drawn out.
I think you're right. I mean, I guess
that's sort of the shape of this thing.
Certainly them
The omelet sequence is that's like a 3-minute long scene. That's not a 16-minute long over the course of one night or whatever. I didn't actually time all of this, but subjectively it feels like this is the last moment where it's this slow again. And if at this point in the movie it took a different turn and the movie became a different thing than the way it was previously, I would be like, I'm not 100% on the pacing or the whatever of this, but if suddenly things got stranger and more developed, like you were talking about in Crash, I feel like they could go further. I feel like they could, that to me is 10,000% true in Phantom Thread, where what happens immediately after him getting poisoned is the thing that happened immediately before him getting poisoned, which is they're close and then she annoys him, goes far, Cyril wedges herself in.
Well, now he's being incredibly open and loving all of a sudden, because maybe he sort of realizes how much
but then
he
what
needs
happens after they get married?
Same thing.
She scrapes the toast, and it's the fucking breakfast scene we've seen 4 times.
Yeah. I think even she's taken aback by him being this way all of a sudden.
Well, she doesn't know how he's gonna. That was a very impulsive thing to poison your lover. I don't think she is this Joker character who has masterminded this whole thing. I think she is just I need to bring him to his knees. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if she necessarily knows the dosage of
Yeah,
she does. It's not like
she.
It's not like she's a mushroom expert and therefore knows exactly how much to give him. She could have killed him
late in the film. She does say that you could die.
Yeah. So so it's no surprise to me that she is surprised, even that he's up and about.
I think it says volumes too, is that he ignores the finished dress that's right there.
Yeah,
he goes right to her.
I mean, he does see it. He does acknowledge it, but that's not the focus.
Yeah.
This moment, this morning, this is what her dream of what their relationship could be. She saw maybe glimpses of it. This is what she thought could happen.
And now it's happening.
Yeah. And so obviously she's going to circle back around to poisoning again because it's temporary. Not unlike Crash, where the dynamic there is no happily ever after dynamic.
Yeah, I guess it's just the cycle's going to continue, and maybe the cycle isn't a bad thing. I mean, that's the weird.
I think like Crash, this is a movie that is absolutely not interested in saying it's a good or a bad thing.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm in my reality, I'm not going to poison somebody,
Right, but movies aren't literal. Movies are dreams,
We all live inside a dream.
Who said that?
David Lynch.
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah.
I never thought my dreams would have so much commuting. It's well, if I could live inside a dream, could I do a little jump cut here and not have to sit on the bus for 45 minutes? Oh, well.
Maybe that's what the afterlife is we get to cut a version of our lives the way we wanted it to be.
The afterlife?
Yeah, maybe. If
is that are you describing the plot of the Corrieda film? Because I haven't seen it.
Oh, I haven't. Maybe that is the plot. I've been wanting to see it because I
know that there is in the afterlife you direct your life. A scene. Oh. That's a vague premise, but I can't recall exactly.
Yeah, it's a little.
Who is that on the left side?
I don't know.
Because Cyril's on the right.
I don't know.
And traditionally, that's the bride's side, the husband's side.
Is that her one and only friend?
I don't think she has one friend.
Maybe she worked with her at the restaurant.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Or I would assume even more that it's someone he knows. It's just we got to have someone on your side, but we're going to do this my way. I don't need some restaurant riffraff.
Yeah, if I ever met, or if I interviewed Vicky Creeps, I'd ask her some questions what do you think Alma's life was like before she even worked at that restaurant? Because I'd just be curious to know what she thought. I'm assuming a lot of directors and actors sit down and do that, map out a backstory.
Most acting schools involve that, yeah.
I would think so.
To an extent. the primacy of this like research and this automatic writing and like all that sort of stuff. That depends on the acting school, but like most of the time, it's just good practice to know who you are. Mm-hmm. But then immediately, it's not the scraping of the toast; it's the cereal chewing. Which, to be fair, as a frequent eater of cereal myself, listening to people eat cereal is irritating.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't scrape my spoon and cross my teeth like that. I wouldn't even find that pleasurable to actually do it.
Oh, no. She does scrape the toast. Wait, I don't know. I might be conflating.
Crunching. Well, that makes me wonder if, like, I mean, because he's got, like, sensory sensitivity, too, you know.
He's a very Roderick Usher type.
That's a cool hat. Yeah.
He's very well dressed. That was the other... I said at the very beginning of this commentary track that my partner bought little hairbrushes from the opening. The other thing was, I wish I could afford clothes like this.
Yeah, there are times like, when I'm dressing myself, I'm like, I'm really just wearing the same thing all the time, and it's not special.
That's fine. We don't have money, Jim.
Yeah, well, that's beautiful.
It's a slightly surrealistic, slightly expressionistic touch. The cross dissolve there.
Maybe now I can convince Colin this should be on his Christmas movies podcast because there's a Christmas scene.
I mean,
there's a Christmas tree. Oh my god!
This scene is longer than the Christmas scene. It might not be longer than the Christmas scene in Umbrellas of Cherbourg. I'm not enjoying this movie at this point, but I don't mind looking at it.
Yeah.
In some ways, commentary tracks are like an ideal way to look at movies like this, where it's just like, I don't have to pay attention to the tedious scenes and stuff. I can just talk about, oh my God, look out that window back there. You see the little streak of cloud and like the bare tree. Like, what is this? What is any of this green screened, or did he literally have to go out? Like, I don't know.
I wonder how you plan for something like that. Or do you plan for something like that? Suddenly it's like, oh, it looks perfect. Let's do it now. Yeah, I think after rewatching Carol, Todd Haynes' Carol, I suddenly had this realization that, I want to take pictures a lot again because I love photography.
That movie has the look of a photo of another
photograph.
Oh God,
yeah, it's so gorgeous.
So like this to me is an undeveloped
between the doctor and her?
And her and him.
Yeah.
Like what if instead of where the movie goes, the movie was them looping more and more people into their was escalating things.
Crash kind of does that, and it loops more people.
Right. Well, Crash is all about the escalation, and this movie essentially.
It seems like he wants her to, break free from him, or vice versa.
I mean, certainly. I think he sees Woodcock, and he figures, Woodcock, that's not a guy with a high libido. He might be gay for all I know. Mm-hmm. Like. And also, I hate him, so if I could cuckold him, that would be all right by me.
Again, like, there is kind of a significant age gap between the two of them.
Between the doctor?
No, between Alma and Woodcock.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, that's a common dynamic in...
Yeah.
He's wealthy and successful. He shouldn't have to date an old woman. Like, that's just, like, how heterosexual, like, romance is arranged. It's, it is uncommon for it to be older woman, younger man. Like, that's just, How old is David Lynch's wife?
I don't know.
I think she's 50 years younger than him. Something like that, 40 years.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who's just, like, consistently, like, getting divorces and then marrying younger women. I don't think he's full-blown Al Pacino, who I think is dating a 20-something.
Yeah, I think Nicolas Cage might be another.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you're rich and wealthy, and you don't, if you don't view relationships as fulfilling things, but instead as ways to get what you want, then of course you're a man with unilateral power, you're going to, do that. It's nothing too compelling about that dynamic. Also, it's entirely possible for someone to be much older than their partner and for that to work out fine. I'm not necessarily casting a judgment, but I'm saying when you look at the overall trend, it's like, all right, I know what's going on here. I don't know. Maybe the woman who dated Mick Jagger and now Al Pacino was in fact madly in love with both of them. Or maybe she just, is only aroused by older men. Like that's valid too. I'm just saying.
Oh,
it's an eye roll from me. That's what I'm not gonna.
And here's where she says something about her background.
Right. Well, you already know that Alma is an immigrant. She has an accent. Like,
right.
There's no new information here.
Stealing things or attacking people.
Yeah.
That's a odd thing to say.
No, it isn't. It's racist. Like that's what racists think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not racism. It's xenophobia. They're the same race, but it's like it's whatever. That's what prejudiced assholes who only exist in their cloistered realities of other upper class white people who are British and pure blood and all that. I mean, this is 1950s England, so this is like the era of the black shirts and the like I think this is the era of the black shirts. Mm-hmm. Maybe that was during World War II, and the black shirts were pro-Nazi, or maybe like the 30s or something. I could be totally wrong. You know what? I don't know much about anything. But it does not surprise me that a rich English woman hates people who aren't rich and from England. That's what I'll say.
I don't like this scene because it makes me a little uncomfortable in that I've done this. Not recently, but like in some of my earlier relationships, I was more of like, no, I just want to stay home and watch a movie. I don't want to go out and party or go out and do stuff with you. Mm-hmm. And I don't. It's like I wouldn't act that way. I would actually make an effort and go out.
Yeah, but Woodcock's not going to make that effort.
I know. But still, I'm just like, ugh. I remember when I did something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, on the one hand, at this point in the movie, I'm like fully off board, do not care what happens to either of these characters. On the other hand, if you get an excuse for a New Year's Eve party scene...
Sure. I mean, that was my initial feeling of Crash, is like, I don't know if I really care about James Spader and Deborah Kara Unger that much. Like, it's hard for me to get on board with what they do, and... They're more of these automatons than human beings.
Yeah.
So what's the, and you felt that way about Hal Hartley movies.
Oh yeah. Well, Hal Hartley movies are like romantic comedies. Like that's a very different. Like Crash is a very specific. Like I am exploring an intellectual idea, and I recognize the truth of those characters, even if I don't particularly like want to run up and hug them and be friends with them.
Yeah.
This, I've recognized the truth of these characters an hour ago, and now I'm just done recognizing that truth. I'm ready to move on. But like Hal Hartley movies, it's like a rom-com where they're robots, and I'm like, well, this is not how you do this. But this
whole sequence is stunning.
Who's gonna complain about this?
Yeah. I pretty much always post stills of this sequence on New Year's Eve,
I mean, even the first time viewing, which I've liked this movie more, at least a little bit. I don't think I ever got over my initial I don't think I ever really got over the initial things I didn't like about it, but like I like it a little bit more every time I watch it. And even the first time I saw this movie, when I hated it at this point in the movie, I love this sequence. Like my eyes got all big and my mouth watered, and I'm like, look at that fucking Confederate flag on that covered wagon and the balloons falling down, and there's an elephant. Like, what the hell?
Right?
PTA is a madman. I hope this movie makes $100 million so he can do something this crazy again.
Just for this sequence, yeah.
I think this movie was kind of a relative flop for him.
I can't recall the box office take on it.
I mean, I don't think it was like a massively expensive movie, so I don't think it was. But
I felt like it was successful in terms of awards and critics, and
I could be incorrect, but I feel in my mind
That's one of those things I never retain, but somebody like Eric Childress always retains.
Yeah. I don't read that stuff. It was
yeah.
I'm pulling that out of my ass.
And like just the contrast of the score, the melancholy score with like the joy of New Year's Eve, like because every New Year's Eve there is like this weird internal conflict of like, oh, it's New Year's Eve, be happy. Mm-hmm. It's it's
what if he went up to her and then gave the Billy Crystal speech? When Harry Met Sally.
Oh God,
would that make the movie better or worse?
Worse?
Yeah, agreed.
With the fact that they don't speak to each other, it's just them, like, again, like, there's three...
I mean, everything that needs to be said is said. Like, the fact that he's here is his apology. He's never going to be the person to bring himself to apologize.
Yeah.
But this is his contrition.
There's like 3 moments in this movie of a staring contest, too. Yeah, and see, like those choices that he makes, and like you mentioned, the very long shot of Mark Wahlberg's face in Boogie Nights. That's the stuff that gets me excited.
Yeah.
Like, just do it. You feel it, go for it.
For sure. I think for me, my excitement comes from the surprise of seeing Paul Thomas Anderson discover something and not know why, and that surprise doesn't exist in a movie as often, like the movie like this as often.
Yeah. Well, it's funny though. I mean, like a lot of his more recent work have been growers, and certainly Inherent Vice I didn't jive with on a first viewing at all.
How many times have you seen Licorice Pizza so far?
3.
Wow. And it's still just like not quite there for you.
Yeah, I wish I loved it more than I do.
Yeah.
I keep thinking like, maybe 4th or 5th viewing. Who knows? Maybe it'll change. But
I've only seen it the one time.
Yeah.
Still might be my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie.
There's a lot to love about it for sure.
I mean, a lot of his movies diminish. Like Inherent Vice, I liked more. Mm-hmm. Master, I liked less. There Will Be Blood, I definitely liked less the more I watch it.
That could probably happen with me for that one. In Heart 8, I never really go back to because I'm like, there's not a whole lot.
I think I've only seen Heart 8 the one time as well.
One.
So they have that moment, and then they have this moment. So we've already we once again follow up the scene of them coming together and with the scene of him.
I guess it's the show that now Cyril's kind of more on Alma's side.
That's true. No, you're right. That is different in this scene.
Yeah. Oh, Leslie Manville. So good.
Yeah. Is she the Mrs. Danvers of this movie?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
He does not want to say this to her. He wants her to intuit it and say it to him.
Yeah. Get rid of her.
No, I take back what I said in terms of this being just another repetition. This is actually a this is a good scene.
Yeah.
Concentrate. I have no confidence. She does not fit in this house.
And her hearing all this, well, it's time to go back and hunt for mushrooms.
It's another line that I don't. Oh, Tanner's fucking cursed. Oh! I'm just like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, because he hasn't really been loud, screamy, there will be blood, Daniel Day-Lewis in this movie at all, and that's just kind of a...
No, he's like passive aggression personified.
Yeah. Earlier on, he said, like, a house without change is a dead house. I don't know.
He said a house without what?
He said, like, a house without any change is a dead house, or something like that.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
That was when he was, like, kneeling down to propose to her. Like, a house should change.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Well.
And this music.
Yeah, it's good. So.
And I'm guessing, yes, this is he's realizing what she's doing in this moment, because he stops, like, paying such close attention to his work, and he's, like, looking up at her. And I guess maybe he just intuitively knows what she's doing?
That is a question. How does he know?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Do you think this is the second time, or do you think that we are now jumping ahead into the loop where, like... Because he shows no indication of knowing, and he would have no reason to know, because it was like, it was minced up tiny and put in his tea. Like, he would have no reason to ever assume that she poisoned him the first time.
That's a good question. I really don't know how he knows he's being poisoned here. Outside of, like, he's observing her more as opposed to, like, Yeah,
I mean, this scene he knows.
Yeah.
But what has happened in the, like... Or or the fact that you don't know, like, what does that add for you that we
that
now jump to him knowing?
Like he's willing to submit?
Right, but like that he doesn't discover it, that it's just sort of, he just knows now. Because it's an unusual choice.
It is an unusual choice. There isn't like a reveal of him like discovering what she's doing. It's just like, again, a very quiet, silent scene.
Well, it's
for a while.
There's no dialogue, but it's actually a bombastic scene in terms of the sound design.
Sure. Between the two of them, though, it's almost like And that look.
Very good. And extra butter.
Yep, something that he hates. Maybe he's just like, oh, that's it.
He's gonna eat it the way I make it.
Yep.
So for me, this movie is like if The Servant didn't have the third act.
Okay.
Where the third act is where we take the twisted dynamic that we have been glancing on and just sort of blow it up and take it into some absolutely bizarre, surreal directions.
I should watch that again.
And it just becomes this heightened thing where suddenly, like, it's like, is this, like, are these characters not even characters anymore? For they're just metaphor? Like, it's really powerful because it's just so much larger than life in a way that the movie hadn't been at this time. There's this sever moment. And that's like so desperately what I wanted from this movie.
I'm curious to, like, if this scene came earlier.
Because this scene's great. And every time I watch this, I'm like, this scene's great.
Everything about it I love.
This is not how I want the movie to end. This is how I wanted this scene to happen 20 minutes earlier, and then I wanted the next 20 minutes to be exploring that.
Well, I think your initial feelings were that this was basically just like, a heterosexual version of the Duke of Burgundy, or this, like you're saying about The Servant. It's there probably could be more fleshed out as a result of this reveal here that would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Outside of her just like talking to the doctor about, you know, what his sickness and everything. Like I also wondered, like, did she reveal to the doctor that she's been poisoning him?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think the doctor knows what's up.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of a dope. I mean, he's so young.
Yeah. She doesn't give him a whole lot of water, but she gives herself a lot.
Well, she's making as much noise as possible in pouring the water.
Yeah.
She is exerting her power over him.
Mm-hmm.
And that lamp.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
More staring. It's just so bizarre, though, to me. Like, he's relishing in the fact that he's about to be poisoned. It's just like, okay, I'm going to do this. Again, does he have a death wish?
Not a death wish.
I don't know.
I think he found his mother. I think he found
Yeah.
I think he found someone who can put him in his place, and he relishes the fact that he has found it. And he wants this moment to last as long as possible. Again, this is very sexual. This is...
Oh yeah, especially what she says. It's like, yeah, and I don't know. So many people either feel really uncomfortable with the reveal or they laugh. I think uncomfortable laughter probably, but
He doesn't make a funny face there.
kind of a smile. Yeah.
Just watching the
I know,
movie.
can't stop. The scene always does that to me where I'm like entranced. Yeah, I love it. Cut to him in the bathroom.
So for me,
It's so weird. I got
the
goosebumps
ending of
again.
Crash is bitter and sweet. It is like tragic and hopeful.
Yeah.
I don't think this movie is that like this is like kinky, but it's not like, oh, isn't this terrible for these two?
No, it's not. It strengthened them.
Right. So I think this
weird
movie
way.
does say that these two find an equilibrium.
Yeah.
And that everything is right.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Yeah, it's almost like saying, like, if he dies, oh well.
Right. Well, no, that's exactly what she's saying. But, like, this dynamic is what he has been looking for. He found it.
Yep.
And now the cycle is broken. He has found his twisted version of peace.
Mm-hmm.
And that version of peace is sort of just
be
like...
on the verge of death, really.
Right, but it's also just like her image of having a baby and like pushing a baby in a cradle and being married. And like, it's a very comparative to all the way a lot of films of this nature, of the servants of the world, of the Dukes of Burgundy of the world. It's a very boring sort of conclusion for me.
Yeah, I'm not too. It's funny. Like, I'm not too crazy about the final moment of Licorice Pizza. This jump ahead of
Licorice Pizza to me actually feels like a good companion piece to Crash, where I don't think it's meant to be good necessarily.
I feel like it's framed as good, isn't it?
I think the irony is that it's framed as good when it clearly isn't. Like, I think that's the dynamic, whereas this is
I don't know if
less
we needed
complicated
this.
to me.
I like this shot.
Oh man, no complaints here. This looks like fucking money.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see E Vitelloni? I think is the Fellini film.
No,
with the
I didn't see.
There's a really great New Year's Eve party sequence in E Vitelloni that kind of this whole venue reminds me of all of that moment.
Yeah,
that's a better, not a better. That's a very good Fellini movie.
And now she is a part of the House of Woodcock.
Right.
Yeah.
And like Crash, a movie that eventually gets to a point, as opposed to Crash where the whole movie takes place in this, about a kink that's not real, really.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that there's a lot of poison play in the world of BDSM. I could be incorrect. I'm no expert, but like I've never heard of poison play before this movie. Now it's all the rage. Kids are just poisoning each other left and right.
Yep.
Ted Turner was right. Should have never released Phantom Thread. Now all these teenagers are poisoning each other.
I do like that last line. I'm getting hungry.
Yeah. Why do you think it plays out over this sequence? The end credits.
I guess to show that they're on the same level to some degree here, that they're connected. But also, she shrugs at the end. It's almost like the "here we go" moment at the end of Punch Drunk Love. Like, we'll see what happens. We don't know. Like, it could be good, it could be bad. We may not last. Maybe we will. Yeah.
Phantom Thread.
Phantom Thread. What a movie.
Johnny Greenwood presents Phantom Thread.
And, Paul Thomas Anderson shot it, and it's gorgeous. It's stunning.
Yeah. Paul Thomas Anderson and Johnny Greenwood and Daniel Day-Lewis, and I forget the actor's name.
Vicky Creeps.
Vicky Creep with a T?
Creeps. Yeah.
Vicky Creeps present. Well, Leslie Manville. All right, so it turns out films are collaborative. There are no auteurs. Do you think Luis Guzman's ever going to be in a Paul Thomas Anderson movie again? I had that thought as I was watching Punch Drunk Love.
I would hope so.
Man, Luis Guzman just felt like, you want to talk about like Paul Thomas Anderson being driven by chaos. Like Luis Guzman just felt like a great just avatar of Paul Thomas Anderson's thing for a bit there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
John C. Reilly shows up as Herman Munster in Licorice Pizza, and I'm like, oh, I want more John C. Reilly.
I don't remember that. I got to see that movie again.
Yeah, just like a millisecond. Like he says one line, and the camera moves away from him.
That's funny. I don't know where Luis Guzman's in his career. I actually couldn't even tell you how old Luis Guzman is. He might not be.
He was on a show not too long ago that I saw like 3 years ago that was, I forgot what it was called. But what a way to do episode 200 with these two movies. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And I'm certainly warming up more to Crash.
Yeah, and I certainly I have complaints about the structure, but I don't mind sitting here and watching Phantom Thread and listening to the music and watching all the cinematography. That's for sure.
Well, this was the movie that I took the risk during the pandemic when the music box just had reopened and they're like, hey, you still got to wear a mask and things are still scary out there, but come on in, we're showing Phantom Thread. And I was like one of 6 people in the whole theater.
That's funny.
I'm like, I'll risk it. What the hell?
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I should learn how to play this. I can't play. I can't do that. Like
you
the
can't.
Way I don't think I could do what he's doing there. But like that.
I mean, there is a very intense, specific syncopation going on here. That's probably quite difficult. Thank you so much for joining us on the 200th episode of Directors Club Podcast. It was a podcast built on split opinions and continues to be so in some way.
Yeah, but at the same time, these are 2 of my favorite directors too. So what a great way to, this is a great idea on your part. I always struggle to like, what do we do? I mean, I don't want to just do what we do like for my birthday episodes and just do another like, hey, let's assign movies or hey, let's play games or, I wanted to do something special and something different that hopefully the audience would enjoy because you don't normally get full-length commentaries on this show.
No.
So,
but I enjoy doing them.
I did too.
So you should probably pop on over to Tracks of the Damned where you will, I don't want to say soon because the pace that I work, who knows when it will actually happen. But
speaking of Cronenberg,
you will have Brandon Cronenberg's Possessor being covered on a full episode of Tracks of the Damned.
I have a feeling listening to you talk about it will make me appreciate it even more.
You know what's funny is, and this is a common thing that's happened to me even with Crash, even though I had enthusiasm for this commentary track, the act of prepping for a commentary track makes you so sick of a movie.
Yeah, I can see that.
I bought the Criterion Blu-ray of Crash so that I could, do what I needed to do the commentary. I can't imagine the next time I'm going to watch Crash because I've seen it like 7 times in the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, I could.
That's not a movie. That's not a comfort food movie.
No.
That's not a movie you watch 7 times in 3 weeks.
No.
If you watch Crash 7 times in 3 weeks, you get put on an FBI watch list.
Puck Beaverton's tattoo. That's weird.
Is this one of those Johnny Greenwood scores that doesn't get nominated for best score because it's based off of
But Puck Beaverton's tattoo, that's a character from Inherent Vice. That's weird. Maybe they just used a piece of music from Inherent Vice in this movie.
Like the melody.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
Could be.
That's interesting.
There's licorice pizza in Inherent Vice, right? You said?
I don't know if licorice was a topping, but there's a weird pizza in Inherent Vice.
Okay.
I mean, I double-checked to make sure licorice wasn't on it, and it wasn't. So.
Do you know what Paul Thomas Anderson's next movie is going to be?
No.
What do you hope it's going to be?
I have no idea. That's what excites me the most. Like
that's true.
I honestly,
you want to talk about like a movie? This movie does not surprise me. The career of Paul Thomas Anderson is always exciting because you're always like, "Ooh, what's happening next?"
Yeah. Go back and listen to episode 35 when we talked about Magnolia and There Will Be Blood.
Don't do that. Don't.
Where we're talking about like the master's like, what is it? What could it be?
Don't.
Oh my God.
Don't listen to old episodes of this podcast. It's.
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder about that because I'm.
You should listen to old episodes of this podcast that I'm not on because those are pretty good. But old episodes that I'm on is just like.
No, I think that was one of our better ones. There's certainly ones where I'm disappointed in. It's even going back to them like, could have done a better job with that.
No, I still have a chip on my shoulder because Steve Prokope told me I didn't know what drama was, and I rewatched Magnolia. I'm like, the fucker, I know what I'm talking about. It doesn't have any drama. So I literally like the way my brain works. I only remember bad things. Like I only ever have like memories that are just like, remember when you were a dumbass and everyone hated you? Mm-hmm. So like I will just be like fucking at work making a latte, and they're just like, I don't think you know what drama is, and I'm like,
That was nuts. Yeah. Episode.
So that's my association with that episode.
Episode 200 almost was me like saying, "Hey, do you want to reunite with Steve while we talk about Inherent Vice and Phantom Thread?" And I was like, "Nah, maybe not. Let's do something different. Let's do something different."
I mean, you should probably do that episode instead with someone who knows what drama is.
I do want to have like an extended conversation on Inherent Vice though, because I think there's a lot going on in that.
We could do this with Inherent Vice.
We probably could.
That's a movie I own. I could watch that 100 times.
Yeah, me too. Maybe we should involve edibles. Ooh.
It's actually, as someone who recorded a commentary track high and then promptly deleted it, it's not, I shouldn't have even had this beer, honestly. If there was gaps of silence at Phantom Thread, that probably wouldn't have been there if I didn't have my little beer, but I like the drama of cracking the beer right when the...
Well, I get so engrossed in the movie that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be talking during this moment. I'm just like so involved, even though it's mainly in the background. But this was fantastic. Again, thank you everybody for listening and sticking around all this time. I'm hoping we can keep it going.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Absolutely.
And you'll be on for another episode, I'm sure, in the future. Maybe with Bill or with me. Who knows?
At some point this year, I bet.
Yeah. So until then, directorsclubpodcast.com.
Mm-hmm.
Send an email to directorsclubpodcast@gmail.com. Mm-hmm. And there's also a little thing called Patreon where I try to do new movie review monologues now, where I just like ramble about a movie that's recent, just because I'm like, I just watched something interesting and I'm going to talk about it to you. So patreon.com/directorsclub if you want to support the show. Nowplayingnetwork.net for Patrick's amazing podcast, Tracks of the Damned.
Yeah.
Bill's podcast, Supporting Characters, and many, many, many more that you should all check out at your earliest convenience. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you
for being here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And let's say goodbye.
Bye.
200. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they got good makeup or what, but like I just imagine him coming home every day from set with just covered in bruises.
I could definitely see that. I hope his cock is okay.
All right, your next title, gentlemen. Mike. The title is The Butt X-Files.